So hello everyone, welcome. My name is Anouk. I'm currently chair of the EAZA Nutrition Working Group, and I will be your host for today. And I will have the pleasure to introduce a fantastic program, some amazing speakers. At least I'm looking very much forward to that. Before we will introduce our first speaker, I would like to share some general information with you about our working group, because not everyone might be even familiar with the group and the work we do. So let me skip this. The EAZA Nutrition Working Group is a working group that functions within EAZA, being a part of the research committee. At the moment, the group includes 23 very active and enthusiastic members. And our members are made up of a range of zoo animal nutrition specialists across Europe, being involved, of course, in the field of zoo animal nutrition, working both in zoological collections and in universities. And together with Lauren, which most of you have met yesterday, I am responsible for the daily organization and everything that goes on in our working group. Lauren has joined us very recently as a co-chair, but she has already been a great help, and I'm very thankful for that. So thank you, Lauren, for everything you did yesterday and everything you did for the group so far. So in general, our working group aims to improve the understanding of zoo animal nutrition in several ways. And a large part of our responsibilities is, of course, the organization of these type of conferences that are usually organized within a zoo as a live event every other year. And these conferences are usually attended by 150 to 200 delegates, representing zoo nutritionists, keepers, curators, and students, of course. And second, pictures from the final conference we had 2 years ago in Marwell in the UK. And second, one of our big responsibilities are the nutrition news issues, which are actually a magazine that is a special nutrition issue or a special nutrition themed issue from the Zooquaria, the EAZA magazine that you all might know. And it is based on the presentations and the talks and the poster pitches that are given in the previous EAZA European conference, nutrition conference that we had. Most of the zoos, most of EAZA members receive them in their zoo, but if you are interested in them, they're also available at our nutrition page at the EAZA website. So please feel free to download them and read them. And last, I want to mention briefly the social media, as we have our own nutrition group Facebook page, which offers regular updates on nutrition-related articles and links that would be or might be of interest for you. And we have our own nutrition group page at the EAZA website, again, that is open for all of you, and on which, for example, the magazine's nutrition issues are published. So the exciting program of today. Again, it's great to see so many people. Yesterday, we also had a very wide variety of people coming from across the world. And that's happening again, which is, of course, great. The chat box is going crazy on people saying hi from different parts of the world. And when I checked the delegate list, I saw not only delegates coming from Europe, Australia, or the States, but also Argentina, Ghana, Japan, India. So that again is very great. It's very great. So today's program, it includes 3 plenary lectures from, I think, brilliant speakers. We will start first with Francis Cabana, followed by Dierenfeld, and later Katherine Amato will join us. Further, we will have 2 short talk sessions. We did the same yesterday, and in those sessions, several speakers will introduce their case studies or their research topic on zoo animal nutrition that they have been working on recently. And last but definitely not least, we will end, I think, with some firework, our 3rd workshop of the conference on bear nutrition, which is hosted by Marcus Klaus and Dr. Charles Robbins. Well, organizing a conference, even though this time it was a virtual one, requires the help of many individuals and of course also organizations. And therefore I would like to express my gratitude to everyone that was involved in organizing this committee. Of course, we had a working group, some members from the EASA Nutrition group that put a lot of time and effort in organizing this conference and the amazing program that we developed. So Lauren, Marcus, Sarah, Yuka and Nicola, thank you very much for all your time and help. But also Geert Janssens should be thanked. Some of you have met him already yesterday at the end of the day, because he have been so kind to provide us with his famous wrap-up at both conference days. Even though yesterday he mentioned it is just a shitty job that no one wants to do, I think we all highly appreciate what he's doing, and that he will be joining us at the end of the day again. And of course, many thanks goes to EASA, especially to Lauren and Mirko for all their support in the registration process, in their IT support, and everything that goes on behind the scenes. So thank you to the both of you. And the success of our nutrition conference relies not only on the presentations, on you as a delegate or on the speakers, but also of course on the support of our regular sponsors. We are very lucky to have very loyal sponsors, which have been supportive to our meetings for many, many years. Normally you have the chance to chat with them, to test their feet, to talk to them, and even steal their pens. But unfortunately this year everything is different. So you will not meet them in person this time, but we are very happy that some of them have been joining us yesterday and are present today as well. And you will meet them a little bit during this day as we are showing some of their company videos along with the program. So we therefore thank all our sponsors, this conference being Casper Fauna Foods, Saint Laurent, Kiesebrink, Focus on Foods, Zoo Profis and Granovit. And we hope, of course, you will continue supporting us in the future when we have nutritional conferences back in the zoos again. Maybe needless to say, but I want to mention it briefly. Finally, some last housekeeping rules. First of all talks will be recorded and will be published on the EASA website. So please keep an eye on the EASA website and on our Facebook page to see when everything will be available and published on the website. And second, the keynote speakers have been so kind to share their presentations as well, but they will only be shared on the member area of EASA. If you need more information from them or you cannot access the member site, then please send them an email personally. After all sessions, so both at keynote speaker sessions, but also at the small talk sessions, there will be a Q&A session. So if you have any questions for the speakers, please type them in the chat box. And then my lovely assistant Marcus today will collect all questions, and at the end of the talks, the speakers will answer them. Well, you probably have noticed, but when you enter a room, our host will automatically mute you or mute your phone, and your video will be turned off. So please feel free to have your drinks or your breakfast or your snacks during these days. And maybe at the end of the afternoon, when there's some more yawning going on, you probably will not bother the speakers. Well, needless to say, but please avoid offensive language when you're using the chat. And please respect the speakers and all the information that you share. So if you want to share anything yourself on social media, you can, but please do not share any slides, recordings, or the content of what has been told today. And then it's time to start with the official program. And I'm very happy to introduce our first speaker, being Francis Cabana. Most of us, at least I do, know Francis from his work on primate nutrition when he was still working in Paynton Zoo, and of course more specifically on his work on feeding ecology on slow lorises. Since some years, he moved to another continent and has become the wildlife nutritionist within Wildlife Reserve Singapore, in which he can focus on nutrition welfare continuously. Francis started investigating, I believe, one of the hot topics in zoo animal nutrition at this moment, being sustainability, in 2017. Therefore, in his talk, he will focus on sustainability of zoo foods or zoo animal feeds, as carbon footprints were measured in Wildlife Reserve Singapore, and changes were made in the use of food items in order to decrease the carbon emission. So very hot topic, very interesting. So Francis, please tell us more.
Thanks, Anu. What a great introduction. Hi, everyone. Hello. I still look forward to the European Nutrition Conference because I get to see all of you in person. So now you can, I hope you can, I'm giving you all virtual hugs is what I'm trying to say. Yes, so I will be talking about something different than I usually talk about, sustainability of zoo animal feed, food for thought. And I promise that is my only food related pun in this presentation, but I think you're gonna have a lot more today. So it's just downhill from here. So let's start rolling down. I'll be talking about zoos and sustainability and how they fit in. I will be explaining why we decided to look at the sustainability of animal feeds instead of just everything. I'll be introducing some acronyms which you may or may not know. And it's really important for this talk to make any sense. I really must make sure everyone understands those acronyms. Then I'll talk about what we actually did, and then how it worked, and we saved the world. Everything is saved. Everyone can just relax. It's done. We did it. No, that's not true. That's not true at all. But it's a step. It's a little step. And then we'll be sharing some other findings and some tips that we found throughout our journey. So this shouldn't be new to anyone here. We know that modern zoos like to focus on creating powerful educational experiences so that they can either directly or indirectly contribute to conservation. And there's a lot of talk from WAZA and from zoo associations on the social licenses for zoos to operate. So this combines animal welfare, research, conservation, and education. So these are the main pillars of the social license for zoos to operate. But I realized that sustainability was not officially in there. And I think it really should, because zoos focus so much on education and conservation, but you can't really have conservation of habitats if you don't look at your own institution and have a reduction of your own environmental impacts and commit to sustainable development as you move forward, because these are all things that will affect habitats that you're trying to conserve. And because educational experiences they now largely talk about sustainable practices, it's really useful for zoos to encompass sustainability, because they can discuss and they can mention advice or tips for anyone listening, for whatever media they're using, whether it's webinars, whether it's in person, whether it's animal presentations. They can give them tips on how to be more green, or how to make more environmentally conscious choices, or even directly how to reduce a carbon footprint, or even just get them to understand what is a carbon footprint and why should they care. So sustainability is really becoming interwoven with everything that we do in zoos. But how many zoos practice what they preach? I'm curious to know how many zoos talk about, recycling a lot during their penguin presentations or shows. How many talk about sustainable seafood? How many talk about reusing, recycling? But how many actually do it? How many zoos take these principles and then integrate them within their own institutional policies? Well, that's kind of where this project started from, is, are we going to be the ones who just talk the talk, or are we going to walk the walk? So this was our first step in walking the walk. Actually, not our first step. We do quite a few things about sustainability, but this was more applied versus, this is more customer facing, let's say that. It's things that we can talk about like I'm doing now, as opposed to paperwork and processes, stuff like that. So we wanted to focus on animal feed because WRS has 4 parks. So we feed more than 1,000 species a day and more than 16,000 individual animals a day as well. So it's a lot. Because our animals come from all over the world, from all different continents and biomes, the kinds of foods that we buy and that we feed them are more likely to be exotic. So this means that they probably have a higher ecological footprint because we're getting them from far away, or because they're being processed or they're being made, you know, just for these exotic animals. And of course, I'm the wildlife nutritionist of the Wildlife Nutrition Center. So within my sphere of influence, this was a good place to start. It'd be a bit weird if I went to our F&B department and I was like, hey, I'm going to look into your sustainability. That would have not ended well. So within my sphere of influence, also that's another reason why we started with animal feed. But beyond that, we buy a lot of food for our animals. We buy more food for our animals than is consumed by our 5 million yearly visitors. We buy about 2.3 million kilograms of animal feed a year. And a big part of that is the grasses and leaves. And the second to that would be the vegetables and the fruits. And then you have some smaller amounts there. This is in weight, this graph. And because it's a lot, of course, it's a significant portion of the budget. So that's one reason why we also wanted to look at the animal feed first, because I'm a big believer in voting with your dollar or your euro or your pound or wherever you are. Vote with your money. Because if we make this the conscious choice to move over to something that is sustainable or less environmentally damaging, you know, depending on what we're talking about, then it allows that sector, that area to grow, because that's where your money is going, and it prevents that money from being given to a less sustainable or more environmentally damaging sector. So we thought that we would get a much bigger bang for our buck, if you know that expression, if we were to focus on animal feed versus for F&B. F&B being food and beverage, being for humans. So the first acronym I need you guys to know, LCA, Life Cycle Assessment. So this is a holistic method that is used to assess the environmental impact of any given product. And how they do that is because they investigate the carbon produced throughout the entire life of this product, from cradle to grave. So if you were to look at the life cycle assessment of a carrot, it would look at the seed, the carrot seed, all the way until it's been eaten by something and then defecated. And then what happens to the waste? So it's literally cradle to beyond the grave. So it doesn't just look at carbon, it looks like all the different resources that are used throughout this product's life. So it would look at land use. Is there deforestation? Because that's a huge carbon loss. Is it nitrous oxides from fertilizers? Is it methane from manure? It looks at all of these different resources and all these different inputs and outputs that are related to whatever product this assessment is about. And it also looks at emissions such as methane, ammonia, any greenhouse gas. And this is particularly important when you're talking about fossil fuels that are used in the production of a product. But if we're talking about the life cycle assessment of meat, then depending on what animal it is, then the digestion of the animal may have some significant additions to greenhouse gases, such as ruminant meat. Like we know that beef is far from being sustainable because of their burps and farts. So this is how we were able to start collecting data. And it's really intuitive, because even though the life cycle assessment looks at all these different kinds of data, it's not just carbon. They looked at, like I said before, they look at all these different kinds of input, but they're able to agglomerate them into one number. So it means that we can compare between all these different foods. We can have a number, we can quantify which ones are more or less sustainable or environmentally damaging. And it really just turns everything into greenhouse gas emissions. So that's why it's really, really useful. But we need to put this into context, which is the last acronym, GWP, Global Warming Potential, GWP. So this was established in the Kyoto Protocol, and it is great because it was developed as an environmental indicator. So it directly allows for comparison between these different kinds of gases and these different emissions, yeah. So some very, very smart people got in a room and they looked at how much energy is absorbed in 1 ton of all the different kinds of emissions that we know. And then they put that in context in relation to how much energy is absorbed by 1 ton of carbon dioxide, because carbon dioxide is, as you know, very, very, very well overstudied in relation to greenhouse gases and climate change. So they put all these different gases and they compared it to carbon dioxide. So this allowed them to express everything as a carbon dioxide equivalent. So this is the only unit that we use throughout this entire study. It's kilogram of carbon dioxide equivalent per kilogram of product. So if we're looking at carrots, like I used before, they would give you a number, and that would be the kilogram CO2 equivalent of 1 kilogram of carrots. And this is quite common. You can find papers, you can find journal articles on almost everything. Every product by now has had a life cycle assessment done. And it's helpful because it's a number that we can easily compare, we can understand it, and it could be used to assess the environmental impact on the basis of the ecological footprint, not just carbon footprint, but the whole thing. So naturally, the higher this number is, the higher the GWP, the less environmentally friendly it will be. Keep in mind that any positive number is not really going to be friendly, right? Only a negative number would be friendly because then you're taking global warming, you're reducing the global warming potential. Any positive number is adding to it. So you ideally want as a small number as possible. So we wanted to compare the global warming, we wanted to compare the GWP of the different animal feeds used in WRS, specifically in the Wildlife Nutrition Center. And then we could include that as a factor when we make our diet changes. So of course, now we have, a huge list of things to consider when we look at the diet of an animal. We have the animal's overall health, their weight or their body condition, their intake, the overall welfare, nutrition welfare assessment, so many things to look at. But now we should also be factoring in sustainability. What is the GWP of these different food items? And have we made the right choices in keeping this number as low as we can? I think that's one responsibility that all of us should take on. And also, if you look at the UN's SDGs, that's another acronym. It's okay, you don't need to know that one. The Sustainable Development Goals. One of them is climate action, one of them is life below water. So this also helps us to slowly work on these. But overall, we're just hoping to get a reduction in the GWP of the Wildlife Nutrition Center. Overall, that's all we want. We just want to be a little bit less environmentally damaging. So what did we do? Well, we organized and collated an inventory of all the different animal feeds that we have. We have over 70 different individual items. And the data was collected on how many kilograms we used per year, where's the origin of this product, and the description of the product. We calculated the consumption per year for 3 years, because after the first year when we had our baseline, then we were able to implement some changes and then see how that worked out. We had to conduct literature reviews on the life cycle assessments for all of these different products that we had. So we were able to have some values, and then we know where we should start, of course, with the highest values, right? And we're very lucky to find this document that is specifically for Singapore. And Singapore is really interesting context because we don't produce any food here. Everything is imported. Everything is imported because Singapore is tiny, tiny as a country, big as a city. So the carbon footprint of everything will automatically be higher because you got to factor in the travel from wherever it comes from. So when you're able to get some LCA values that are specific to your country, definitely use that. But for some food items, either the guide didn't have it, so then we just used other published values that we thought were appropriate. And for some, they just didn't exist. Example, there are these leafy vegetables, kangkong, which is also called morning glory, and pek chai, and we just couldn't find any values anywhere in any publication for these vegetables. So we just had to use a model instead. So looking at something that has similar physiology and similar growing season, so we decided to use values for Asian spinach instead. And keep in mind that if in doubt, use a more conservative model. So something that probably overestimates. You're always better overestimating than underestimating, because then you may not end up making good choices. So when we calculated all of these, we found something very interesting. Of course, meat had the highest GWPs in most of our products. And if you look here, this is the kilogram CO2 equivalent per kilogram of these different meat products. So for 1 kilogram of beef, you have 24.4 kilograms CO2 equivalent that is produced. And this is the highest number of everything we've had is from beef. Goat venison, a little bit less bad. And then you have kangaroo and chicken, that's much, much lower. One reason why kangaroo is so low is because it's free ranging as well. So it's not battery farmed. You'll notice here that there's, this is not a huge amount of variety of different meats. Like we don't have rabbit, we don't have pork, we don't have some other stuff. So this is what we were working with. And when we look at different kinds of fish, we find numbers are higher than chicken. They're relatively high. And all of the really nice fish, all of the fish that is easy to find, MSC certified, they have higher values here. They have higher GWP values. So that's why this was definitely an eye opener as to the different kinds of fish that we should be using or not. And if we look at fruits and vegetables, funnily enough, carrot was the highest one. The others are all kind of comparable, but overall the numbers are very low. So whether you can interchange some different vegetables for your animal diets, that would make minimal difference within your overall GWP. But I do need to share two limitations with everyone here. We did not include dry animal feeds such as pellets. And I think most of you know me, you know that I'm quite direct and transparent. We don't know how. We don't know how. We tried to have this conversation with some of our vendors because we get pellets from all over the world. We get from Europe, we get from Australia, we get from Canada, we get from USA. So it was difficult, it was impossible to get specific information on where their ingredients come from because they'll buy from different places per batch. So different batches may have different carbon footprints, different GWPs. And the big majority of the ingredients are byproducts. So that's also an added layer because do byproducts have a different GWP than the actual main product would? It probably does because they're used for different reasons, so their output is different. So I think a lot of work needs to be put in here. And if there are any animal supply feed reps right now, please get in touch with me. I would love to discuss how we can put a number, how we can actually look at sustainability of dry animal feeds. So we did not include this in our analysis. And we also didn't include the grass and leaves, even though this was the majority of the different, of all of our food. But luckily all this is harvested locally. So we were not expecting this to have a positive GWP value. In fact, we're thinking it's probably carbon negative because we only use local browse species. But in order to control for this, we try to keep this the same for 3 years. So we try to not order out of proportion. So if we had to order more food, then everything would increase in proportion. So we try to keep this standard in order to control for it a little bit. Of course, this is not perfect, and I am a nutritionist. I'm not a sustainability expert. So a part of this is also learning what to do, what not to do. So we were just trying out these methods to see if it worked for us or if it didn't. So our strategy, after looking at all this data, was to look at carnivore diets first, because meat was so obviously the highest carbon footprint, and it also had the biggest difference. You can go from 24 all the way to 3.5 with chicken. So you still have a lot of play in there to change animal diets in order to reduce the GWP. So we looked at all of our big carnivores and we tried to transition their diets from having less beef, less red meat, less ruminant meat into something that has more chicken or more kangaroo every day. So at the same time, it's good for our budget and it's good also for the animals' variety because they were able to get more different kinds of food. that they could look forward to instead of having a smaller variety of food that they would consume every day, fine. But maybe this is a bit more exciting for them. And for some omnivorous species, we started off, again, very conservative. So we just took 10% of their meat protein and we transitioned to a plant protein source. Piscivorous species were particularly challenging just because there's so many factors when you're trying to feed piscivorous species, because the size of the fish has to be right. You want to get the right fat to protein ratio, or at least the energy concentration, energy density. And it's weird because the fish that we can get with sustainable certifications, all of them were much higher fat fish, the ones that we can get from Canada and from Europe. So that is great for some species, but we have a lot of local species, a lot of tropical Southeast Asian species that do really well with small, very low fat fish that are found in Malaysia and Indonesia and is impossible to get in a sustainable way. So we didn't make too many changes for the piscivorous. We just would take out one portion, one small amount for those species that were willing after we did some palatability tests. Then we replaced them with a lot more small fish. But this was a case-by-case basis. Overall, this wasn't a significant amount of diet changes that we did. It was more about the big carnivores and some omnivorous species. So results. Well, before I show you our actual GWP values, I wanted to share with you the total amount of food. We could not control this over 3 years. As you know, animals come and go. Some get transferred out, some die, some are born, and then we transfer some animals in. Especially because we're planning on opening new parks in Singapore. So we're also starting to get in animals from different EPs and SSPs. So as you can see in the year 2019, we ended up having a lot more food overall. So keep that in mind when I show you the results for the GWP. We were able to reduce our GWP by about 12% the first year, and compared to the first year, it was 10.5%. So we were able to make quite a significant reduction in CO2 equivalent emissions after a year, just from the Nutrition Center, just by looking at carnivore diets mainly. As I said before, we didn't look at everything, we didn't change everything else right away. And I'm seeing now that it says Access title on my figures, and I'm sorry. Someone will get fired for this, I promise. I promise. Probably me. It's probably gonna be me. Okay, well, until then we can talk about sustainability. So the change between the first year and the second year, of course, was massive. It was minus 12%. Then if you compare 2018 to 2019, there was a little increase, less than 2%. But overall, we still ended up with less than 10% decrease. And it's really interesting because when you look at the proportion of food that we order by weight, it's completely disproportionate to their GWP values that they contribute. So if you look at the top one, the first two, the two darker ones, is vegetables and fruits, but they contribute to less than 20% of our emissions. And if you look at the very small amount of meat and seafood, they're more than 80%, even though it's about 25% of our entire food. So it really tells you where you need to focus, because that's where you have the biggest give, and that's where you can probably reduce the most as well. So the proportions of meat change. That was mostly our strategy for this first part of our journey. We reduced beef, we reduced venison by a lot, and we increased chicken. Kangaroo, we didn't reduce on purpose. It's just something that seemed to have happened. Because kangaroo is great. We're planning on using more kangaroo and even less beef moving forward. But we still want variety. So we still want to get these other kinds of meat, but just in appropriate amounts. And here is your overall consumption versus emissions. So again, if you're looking at year on year, we were still able to decrease because this is controlled. So keep in mind that even though we increased the total amount of food in 2019, the emissions per kilogram decreased. So that's why this model is very, very stable, because once you're able to decrease your overall GWP concentration, meaning per kilogram, that even if you increase your total amount of food, it will help to control for your GWP a little bit, so it won't increase proportionally. So I'll share more about that in a bit. But here you can see that the meat decrease was the most significant, as well as the overall total. So we switched some food items around that allowed the animals to still meet their nutrient requirements, to express natural behaviors, but were just a little bit less costly in terms of GWP. So when we went through this journey, we looked at different diets, and then we really figured out that you need to start with the lowest hanging fruit. Food pun. I didn't plan that one. Okay, it's my second one, sorry. So you want to start with carnivore diets and not fruit eaters. Because carnivore diets is, again, like I said before, where you're going to get the biggest impact. So it's the logical thing to start with. So this allowed us to decrease our GWP by 12% while maintaining the adequate diet. And this is what I was saying before, is that even though in the last year, 2019, we increased our total amount of food by 14%, the GWP only increased by 2%. So this model really helped us to decrease our GWP concentration. So no matter how much we had to increase our food overall, the increase in GWP was not proportional. So that was another win for us that we didn't anticipate at all. And we have some other sustainability initiatives that we would like to share with you all. Our invert department is fantastic. They have started breeding katydids. They started breeding all these different kinds of insects. They started breeding, they're actually a little too good, a little too proficient in breeding stick insects. So all of our little primates and all of our birds, they have these delicious insects to eat regularly. We started doing vermicomposting, which is great to feed some birds and some mustelids, as well as it helps us to reduce our food waste. Because in Singapore, everything's incinerated, no matter what. Sorry, unless it's recycled, then it goes in incinerated. Straight away, it's burned. So diverting that from landfill, diverting that from being incinerated is a significant change as well. So if we're able to take some of the leftover food waste from our animals and then put that into vermicomposting, then we get some nice food, and at the same time, we divert it from being incinerated. And you may have heard that we have a black soldier fly set up as well. So you can see these little worms moving around. So all of you, while you're eating your breakfast, sipping your coffee, look at those worms. Look at them. They are the future, because they eat absolutely everything, and then they become this amazing food source. And when I say anything, I mean anything. We did a study on them eating animal feces, and they can eat carnivorous feces very well. They can eat animal food waste. They don't love the herbivorous food waste, though. They don't do well on that. So ideally, you want to mix them together. So if you mix some food waste with some of your other animal manure, then you will have something that works with. They even eat carcasses. They could even just clean everything, and then you have a preserved skeleton if they don't get to that. So if you haven't explored black soldier flies in your parks yet, do it. It's great. And this is another important topic, is the sustainability of fish. So I shared before about the GWP of the different fish species and how it was not the biggest and the only choice in choosing the right fish. There's a lot of other factors. So at WRS, we decided to make our own definition of what we consider to be sustainable, because we have a goal of being 100% sustainable fish by 2023, which gives me 2 years to sort it out. So we start off by looking at the different food that has fish. So it's not necessarily just fish, but there's one very, very popular meal that we sell at our zoo called fishball noodles. Very popular in Singapore, very common. So when we look at our individual fish balls, then we need to look at the amount of fish that's inside. We decided that if it's less than 30%, it doesn't need to be certified sustainable fish. It's fine. If it is more than 30%, then it goes under the same rule as the actual fish themselves. So we would look at global certifications first. Of course, ASC and MSC is very well known. We want to support it as much as we can, but we've done it 20 times. It's impossible to feed all of our animals using only ASC, MSC certified fish in this part of the world. Here, the premium is about 40% more. And I know it's more expensive, and sustainable choices usually are more expensive, but we can't even get the right composition of fish in this part of the world. So that was not possible for us, which is why we had to make a broader category, because if we rely just on that, it's just not possible for us. So we allowed other certifications like BAP and Friends of the Sea, FOS. If they're certified, super, buy them. If not, then we also opened up our criteria to include the green listed fish in the WWF seafood guides, not just Singapore, but also the local ones like Malaysia and Indonesia. Because a lot of our local fish are low fat fish for our tropical species, they come from there. If they're yellow or red, or if they're not listed, then we try and go into the Monterey Bay Seafood Watch. Seafood Watch is great, it's fantastic. A lot of those species don't apply to this part of the world as well. So even though we still definitely use it for some of the species, most of what we can find in the Seafood Watch will be MSC or ASC certified. So we leave it there just because we don't know what kind of fish we're gonna have in the future. But this is definitely a challenge for us. So that's why we've been able to achieve 100% sustainable fish for all of our FNBs. So this is for human consumption. But all of the fish as animal feed, we're at 66% right now. And like I mentioned before, I have 2 years to sort this out because our goal is 100%. So on top of this, of course, we want to work with the best, right? So we want to work with the species that are certified. But sometimes we just need to change the diet. So if you go down the flow chart and then that fish does not fit anywhere, I would try and have to find something else. Or I work with FIP or AIP program, which is a fishery in progress, or sorry, that's not true. Fishery improvement program or aquaculture improvement program through WWF. So you give them money so that they're able to achieve sustainable standards. And then you kind of make a commitment that you will buy a certain amount from them so that they know that all this effort is going to be worth something, because then you're going to buy stuff from them afterwards. And if none of these are possible, and there's literally, I cannot find anything to feed this piece of work animal, then at least the least I can do is buy local. So this is not considered sustainable because of the processes that are used, not necessarily, but it's still the less bad than buying the same non-sustainable fish from further away. So we're just trying to make it feasible for us. And by the way, feel free to take this and adapt it for wherever you are in the world. I don't think anyone will end up having the same flow chart, and that's okay. We're just trying to do the best we can. And as things change, develop, and as new products are made available, we probably will revise this as well. The one thing that we looked at for our dry feed, our pellets, was to look at palm oil. So if it did not have certified sustainable palm oil, then we phased out that product. So if you're from a food supply company right now and I phased out your products in the last 3 years, I'm sorry. Now you know why. And the last really cool initiative is ugly foods. So if you haven't heard of ugly foods, it's really great. It's foods that don't make it to your grocery stores or to your markets because they're rejected at the sorting stage because they're too big, too small, oddly shaped. Maybe they have a bruise. Maybe they're brighter or less or more dull than they should be. Anything that's not 100% conformist goes in the ugly food pile. So right now, 25% of our vegetables come from ugly food sources. And our aim is 90%, not 100, but 90, because we have some animal feeding programs where we're superficial and we want the food to look good when we give it to our clients, our visitors, I mean. And this is really good because, like I mentioned before, all of the waste goes to incineration. So again, by buying more and more from this ugly food, then we're able to how to divert that from being incinerated every day. And like I said, we buy a lot. We buy about 1.2 tons of fruit and veggies every day. So this is quite significant long term, as well as it being a little bit cheaper. So that doesn't hurt either. And keep in mind that this food is still very edible. It's still very nutritious. It just doesn't look the same as the others. It's just different. And no one has to be punished because they're different. Neither does the vegetables. So they're not A grade, they're usually B grade. For some root vegetables, we would use C grade, but not for watery vegetables, because C grade by the next day, it's probably spoiled already. So thank you so much. That is all I had about our wildlife nutrition sustainability journey. So I do want to thank the nutrition team. Pohan and Salam are extremely helpful in helping me and spearheading this. Because if it wasn't for them, I would just be walking around like with weird looking apples in my hands. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Francis, for this great talk. Very, very inspiring. And I think we all believe that, because the chat is getting crazy with a lot of questions for you. So I hope Marcus was able to catch up. So in a minute, he will share his screen, and then Francis, it's up to you to pick the questions you would like to answer.
Okay.
So this is just a list, and you can choose randomly. There's a second slide. I just would like to mention something. I mean, Francis, this was amazing. One interesting thing might be if in your zoo restaurants, next to the price, you also put the GWP value for each item you can order, to get even normal people used to the concept, because actually it was new to me. Over to you.
Thank you. I wrote that down. Okay. Hopefully our F&B colleagues are open to that. Thanks. Okay. The next step, add GWP values to the menus of your, okay, that's what you just said, thanks. Has there been an estimation of the additional cost due to sustainability efforts? Yeah. So it is different depending on the foods. Overall, like I said, for fish, it's about 40% more. It's a lot. So this is not something you just want to jump in. You need to put up a case. You need to put up a plan. And then you really just need to meet with your management, your senior management, and you ask them, look, do we want to tell the world that we are 100% sustainable in this respect, but at the cost of increasing this cost by 40% more? But maybe down the line, it means that if some CEO or zoo management is very dedicated to this, then maybe like, yes, we want to do this, but we actually cannot afford it. So maybe we need to have less piscivore species. So maybe it could also impact collection planning. I think that's quite unlikely in the current world, but maybe one day it will. So it's a lot. Overall, because we do end up saving some money in some places, like I said, with the ugly foods. But overall, it's been about 20% to 23% increase from price for being sustainable. And there will be more to that, because now we're going to try and get sustainable meat using international recognized certifications, looking at sustainability, but also looking at animal welfare. So that price is going to, price for sure. With respect to GWP meats, horse meat and rabbit meat should also be as low as kangaroo and chicken. Thanks for that. Yes. Rabbit meat we don't use, not because I don't want to, just because it's hard to find in Singapore, and I don't have much interest in getting just rabbit meat. I want to get a whole rabbit. You know, even chicken, I want to get a whole feathered chicken. That's what I want. I get as excited as the tigers thinking about it. But in Singapore, it's not possible. It's not possible to get undressed meat. It's not possible. So, and believe me, I've tried. In 5 years, I tried. It's not possible. So that's not going to happen. Horse meat, yeah, that's something we can look at. We have definitely gotten some in the past, opportunistically, and that's something I agree with you, completely sustainable, something that we definitely want to get more and more of. Yeah. How would you deal with conflicting interests? If zoos keep fewer large carnivores, the footprint would decrease, but it might compromise conservation efforts or visitor attendance. Okay, that's a lot for nutritionists to deal with. I think you don't necessarily have to keep less carnivores, because in my personal opinion, the education value outweighs everything. So if you're able to make some choices in how you feed them, even if it's not net zero GWP, but even if you make some choices to reduce that, then that's a story you can tell. So you can have lots of carnivores, but if you repeat that story, and if you are very serious about your educational messaging when it comes to talking about carnivores, then you can actually have something really, really useful that can ripple down and reduce a lot of people's choices. Because, you know, I'm not going to be one of those that are like, I'm vegan, so you should all go vegan because it's have lower GWP values. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that to all of you, but it's not false. But again, it's about the messaging and the education value, the education message that you put behind it. I'm just going to move on to the next one. What about land use, agriculture versus nature? I don't know. I don't know. I did not invent the GWPs. No, I don't know. Of course, there's a difference. Of course, there's a difference, because that's why the values are lower in the kangaroos, because it's not from agriculture. They're just roaming around. Then they drive by and they get called, which they need to call them anyway for sustainable land use or something. So you're right, that does probably play a part. But I mean, I'm not ready to have this debate, but if you know for a fact that you're getting your animals from a nature or a less intensive agriculture one, would they have a lower GWP value? Maybe, but 85% of all the meat that's produced on the world is from battery farms. So unless you are buying specifically, personally, from this wonderful kind of free ranging or something, then that's something you can talk about. But if you're not sure, you probably don't want to. You probably want to look into it, because the odds are it's from a battery farm. Did you look at GWP between organic and conventional sources of feeds? Good question, and the answer is no. We are not buying organic because in Singapore, if you were to buy anything organic, it's 30% more expensive. Sometimes it's 100% more expensive, because again, we buy everything in. So if you were to buy organic kale or organic broccoli, it's flown in from Australia. So how sustainable can that be? So by the way, this is just my opinion. I didn't look at the values, but I'm assuming that something that's flown in and like it's a $9 piece of broccoli. I don't know. I don't think that will. I don't think we're at that point yet. Maybe we will come to a point where we decide, yeah, everything organic. And if we have the budget for that, great. But yeah, the GWP values will be very interesting. $9 broccoli, I feel like it flew first class to get to Singapore from Australia. Do your diet changes fit the natural behavior of the animals? Do they get such variety in nature? Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, no, the answer is no. They get less variety in the zoo, always. I mean, I'm hard pressed to find an example that we give them more variety than they would get in the wild. But we definitely, our diets are, as much as my knowledge allows me to, give diets that allow for natural feeding behaviors and replicate the nutrients. I'm not trying to replicate their wild diets per se, because that's not possible for a lot of our exotic species, but for a lot of tropical species, we try and get local forest fruits. We try and get some species of browse that we know that they eat in the wild, but you know, just like every zoo around the world, that's quite difficult. Could breeding cull lower a zoo's GWP? I don't know, maybe? I'm sorry, I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about it to answer. If we're thinking under the concept that animals that are hunted or animals in the wild may have a lower GWP than those in a farm, then by that logic, yes, Is low GWP easy to maintain, or do you have to constantly review? Oh, you have to constantly review. As I showed you before, we increased a lot of food in the third year of the study, but because we reduced our overall GWP concentration, it didn't rise proportionally. But this is something you need to review. So right now we do a yearly review. And since we implemented this, we now have a sustainability department at WRS. So now they do a complete GWP for the whole organization. I think last year was the first one that they completed. Yeah, 2020 was the first one that they completed. Yeah. Wow, a whole other page. Okay. Should GWP values not be part of basically any costing procedures? I think they should. I think they should, but again, it depends on where your zoo is in their sustainability journey. You can't just jump in. You got to start somewhere, and then as you get into it, you do the low-hanging fruits first. So I believe that this will eventually be commonplace, unless someone has a better, model than GWP. But we found that to be really helpful, and everyone from a zookeeper to admin to a CEO understood these numbers. So we found that this was really user-friendly. What is the nutritional impact for carnivores when replacing red meat? Yeah, good question. So I didn't replace 100%. They would still have a variety, but for some animals that would get 100% red meat throughout the week, on their feeding days, and then they have fasting days, then we would introduce either one or two of those meals will become chicken or kangaroo, or sometimes we would just replace the token feeding. Or sometimes the token feeding. So it was different per animal. We tried to make sure the animals are all happy. So we tried to give them, if some of them hated chicken, then of course I wasn't going to give them tons of chicken. So the nutritional, the impact is different for sure. The microminerals specifically are different. The fat content, the energy density of the diets are different. So it's not a one-to-one replacement either. Using the meat, the cuts of meat that we get and the chicken that we have to give approximately 20% more chicken in order to maintain the same energy amount. But because I personally was not worried about the difference in micronutrients because Singapore imports all of its food, we cannot get meat with hide, with skin, with organs. So it's just meat with bone, which means we have to add in our carnivore supplement. So because we add that in, I was not concerned with changes in micronutrients between the two. Yeah. If it's feasible to become more self-sustainable, is it feasible to become more self-sustainable in zoos? Breeding caul, growing on forages and veggies, growing on black soldier flies? Yes, of course it's feasible, yes. I'm not saying you need to grow 100% of your own food, but if you can, great. And think about, oh my God, think about the stories you can tell. Think about the back of house tours, the courses, the classes, the education you can provide to wherever you are. My God, you could become a leader in zoo sustainability if you do that. Yes, please do it. Go in as much as you can. But I understand space is a constraint, especially for us in Singapore. So do as much as you can. When I was at Pington Zoo before, we used to have a verticrop. So we used to grow some portion of our own veggies in there. Now, what's weird is that the animals preferred the veggies we bought versus the ones that we grew. Yeah, go figure. But we found some animals that would eat them. So there's lots of new technology coming out there, or you develop your own technology. You partner up with a polytechnic or university, and then you just work on sustainability. There's lots of grants for sustainability, lots of money out there from your government on sustainability. Go for it, do it. Do BSFL grow on elephant manure? Yes, it works. If you're using a ruminant manure, that we had zero success. But if you're looking at a hind gut fermenter, then yeah, that seems to work quite well. Can you please share your BSFL system with other zoos? Sure. Yeah, we sent a manuscript in to get published. So I'm happy to share that publication, but meanwhile, get in touch with me, and yeah, I don't want to keep that a secret. Sure, send me an email and I'm happy to share with what we have now. It's very small because we don't have a lot of space, but we're able to take about 50 kilograms of food waste a day, and we're upscaling it to get up to 200 kilograms of waste a day within a relatively small space. They're very efficient little things. Have other zoos done GWP-based decisions? And how would you make them start? I know that Australian zoos have worked on this. So I think Zoos Victoria is carbon neutral. Sorry, maybe I'm mixing it up with another Australian zoo. Some of them do these calculations because they buy carbon offsets so that they can declare themselves carbon neutral, stuff like that. So some of that, one of them is there, and then others are started. I think Toronto started looking at them as well. I'm sure more have, I just don't know about it. How would you make the start? Well, do what I did. You just make a report first. You start off with a small section, and then you get bigger and bigger, and then you're able to come up with some actionable items. Because when you end up, when there's no more low-hanging fruits, then you really need to get down to the nitty-gritty. And usually that's when you need to start getting your, that's when you need to get your senior management to approve, to agree on that. So just start off with the low-hanging fruits first. Most of that you can do in your own section, in whatever department of zoo that you work in. If you decrease the consumption of some meats, do you think other meats will increase in GWP? Well, if you decrease the meats that have a higher GWP concentration and you transition it to something with a lower one, hopefully you have an overall reduction. I mean, you're making those reasons for lower GWP. So if you were to make those changes and your GWP is higher, then you didn't make the right decision. That sounded a bit harsh, but I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. Yeah, so ideally you don't want that.
Well, thank you
very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Francis. I'm happy
Thank
we had
you.
some additional time to answer questions. It was a great addition to your talk, and I'm sure a lot of people will contact you about more details or more information. So keep
Please
us
go right
posted.
ahead.
Thank you, Francis.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So I realize we are a little bit ahead on the schedule, but that gives us more time for Ellen to speak or to answer some questions at the end of her talk. So if Ellen is ready, I would like to start. I will first introduce her. If you heard the name Ellen Dierenfeld, there's quite a long list of projects or even institutions that you might know her from. You might have been her colleague during her positions in Bronx Zoo or St. Louis Zoo. You might know her from your bookshelf, as she has, as we all have read Comparative Animal Nutrition, or you have read one of her 250 peer-reviewed articles. You might know her as a founding member or of both ASA's Nutrition Advisory Group or the Comparative Nutrition Society, where she currently serves as president. Or you might know her because you work on a daily basis with Nutrition, the nutritional analysis software that many of you use in our zoos. So at least I'm very, very happy that Ellen was able to be a part of this program and is willing to talk about maybe a less fancy or less familiar feeding strategy, but therefore even more important. So she will be talking about feeding considerations in granivorous species. Ellen, it's up to you.
Thanks very much, Anouk, and good morning, afternoon, or evening to folks. Okay. Don't worry, it works. So what I want to do is thank you for, first, thank you for the opportunity to give this presentation today. I think yesterday's talks with aspects of behavior as well as diversity, and especially some of the examples of potential problems that we saw when maybe nutritional ecology wasn't followed perhaps as closely as it could have been for some species, and resulted in some problems, all set a nice background for this talk. So thanks to everybody's talks yesterday for laying some groundwork, even though it's a totally different subset of foods that we're talking about. Now, I'm also hoping that a lot of the information will be familiar to many of you over the years, because a lot of these problems have been identified for years, but we still do see some. Some of the information may be new to some of you, but for the most part, we're talking about kind of a smallish subset of species that we're working with in zoos in terms of the animal species, when we're talking about granivorous species. And really, it's primarily avian species. A lot of passerines are seed specialists, and as well as citizens. Again, some rodents and a couple of primates come into this category. The gelato baboon, which is kind of a large primate, is actually a grass seed specialist. And so it's unique within the primate group. But rarely are any of these animals fed strictly seed-based diets. There's also some terrestrial invertebrates that come into this category. We do see some associated disease issues which have been identified, and it's the same thing we see with some of the other food categories we've talked about, obesity, and in the case of birds, particularly, we see some cardiovascular problems with seed-based diets or grain-based diets. We've also seen mineral and particularly fat-soluble vitamin issues. So those are some of the examples that will come up in today's talk. Now, essentially, we have to go back to Botany 101 when you think about seeds, nuts, and grains as food, because what we're talking about is baby plants. And I'm lumping seeds, grains, and nuts. Granivorous typically is really considering grain, but seeds, grains, and nuts are all in the bigger group of baby plants, which have really three main components to them. The exocarp, or the seed coat, which protects that baby plant, protects it from too harsh of an environment, too hot, too dry, bad things trying to get to it, be they fungus or predators, but essentially it provides that physical barrier to protect the baby plant. The embryo is found in what's called the germ, so its function is propagation. And this is where a lot of the nutrients are concentrated in any of these seeds, nuts, or grains. That would include any of your fats, as well as a lot of the vitamins, minerals, protein, and higher antioxidant levels. The endosperm, the main part of the seed here, particularly in grains, provides the energy for growth of that plant. So in particularly grains, it's very high carbohydrate, mostly storage starch, but also some protein and lipids for growth of that baby plant. And this is where whole versus refined comes into play. Whole obviously would include all three components of that seed, nut, or grain, versus refined, which typically knocks off the embryo and takes off the seed coat. So there can be very different nutritional profiles that come into play depending on how the plant is processed. So these fractional differences are shown in this chart. Wheat is a really good example. You've got the bran here, or the exoskeleton, or exoskeleton of a grain. And the bran contains actually often decent levels of minerals and antioxidants, but that's the protective barrier, so it's much higher in fiber than any of the other parts. This is the germ, and this is the main source, that endosperm, or the flour in a wheat grain, if you will. So you can see the proportion of the differences here. And in grains, that endosperm makes up 80 to 85% typically of that kernel, as opposed to the other components. There's some real differences among seeds and nuts in the proportions of those that go along with the botanical aspects of the type of embryo and how it grows and disperses in nature. But in general, you can take a look and see just how the spread of nutrients differs in these three main components of grains. As with all plant-based materials, there is no preformed vitamin A. It just doesn't exist in plants. This just comes from animal. But there can be some precursors for vitamin A, and in some of the germs and brands, different specific carotenoids, which could act as precursors for vitamin A activity, do show up. And there's some real differences in antioxidant activity in the form of vitamin E, for example, across these fractions. So when we're talking about grains, typically grains refer to the monocots, or the grass family. So I've got some examples of major grains that are used in agriculture here, just showing that in general, they're moderate in protein content and low in fat, typically very high in starch. So that high endosperm component is the starch component. All of these seeds are poorly balanced with reference to calcium and phosphorus. So if we're looking for a 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 calcium to phosphorus ratio, you're not going to get it from grains, period. And again, that vitamin A just isn't there, and vitamin E is pretty low overall. Now, within the grains, just taking millet as an example, you've got to be aware of what you're thinking about in terms of common names. So there's a lot of different genus and species called millet. Typically, we're thinking of a millet sheath looking like this, but there's many different types of millets. This is just an example of different grains that are called millet. As you can see, they're coming from totally different genera, and there's a huge variability in just basic proximate composition. A doubling of protein content and fiber aspects can vary immensely. This finger millet is a relatively newly described millet out of Central Africa, which has some real interesting nutritional properties, considering the fiber content. But also, this one seems to have a balanced calcium to phosphorus ratio. So this is the first millet I've ever seen that's got a balanced calcium to phosphorus ratio. So there's some interesting things to think about. But if you're using millet in a seed mix, know what kind of millet you're working with, because there can be some real differences amongst, like I say, that common name of millet. And the other aspect that typically goes along with grains are these pseudo cereals that are being labeled superfoods in the nutrition space right now. None of these are cereal grains in the monocot sense, but they do have some nutritional properties that are similar to the grains. All three that are shown here, the amaranth, buckwheat, and quinoa, have moderately lower starch levels than those typical agricultural grains, but all three are gluten-free. And this is one reason why they're getting more view, I guess, in the human space right now, with a lot of people looking for gluten-free alternatives. In general, the protein content is somewhat higher in these non-cereals, and fat content can be higher. Now, the other thing that's showing up is fiber and minerals. So minerals overall are looking to be about twice that in typical cereal grains, and considerably higher levels of antioxidants and vitamin E. Now, another category of foodstuffs that's coming under this big granivore category, if you will, are seeds, which they're all of the examples here are seeds of different types of plants. So seeds coming from both angiosperms, but also gymnosperm type of plants are used in feeding programs within zoos across the world. They have a very different nutritional profile in general. So a lot of this is generalities, but what I'm trying to do is just get you to think of the bigger sphere of seeds as a food category. Much higher protein content, as you can see. Typically, these seeds are grown in agriculture for their oil content. So obviously, the lipid is much higher than in those cereal grains that we just looked at. And because both the protein and lipid content is much higher, the starch is lower. Again, we see issues with calcium to phosphorus ratio and low vitamin A overall, some variability in vitamin E content. I just skipped some. Yeah, there we go. One that is interesting to look at is the chia seed. It's a very tiny seed from the mint family. And chia seeds almost have a 1-to-1 calcium to phosphorus ratio. So they're interesting from that perspective, from a mineral perspective. The other thing that's interesting about that is they're similar to some of the other culinary seeds that get used. And if you look at calcium phosphorus ratio in some of these culinary seeds that we have in our kitchen, they've got a much higher calcium to phosphorus ratio. In fact, a positive calcium to phosphorus ratio. Now, these aren't necessarily seeds that we feed out in our seed mixes for various birds, but they potentially could be, and they certainly may be the types of seeds that some of these animals see in nature. Just because we're not using those typically in agriculture and in many of the mixes doesn't mean that these animals don't find them in nature. So something to keep in mind. And then the other group of seeds, if you will, are those labeled nuts. And typically the nuts are those embryonic food plants that have an indelible hard shell or are a non-dehiscent. So they don't split their shell and put out the embryo for growth typically. And that's why they kind of get thrown into that nut category. So again, there's a wide range of different nuts, and I mean, peanuts aren't even a nut, they're a legume, but they get put into the nut category from a feeding perspective. So again, moderate levels of protein, very high fat content in the nut category. And because of their botanical characteristics, they really don't contain starch. So some real differences across the nutritional principles of cereal grains versus seeds versus nuts, but they're all sort of lumped into foodstuffs for animals that eat seeds. So these are aspects that you really need to keep in mind when you're working with mixes of grains, seeds, and nuts. And again, the nuts in general come into the imbalanced calcium, phosphorus, no vitamin A, and variable vitamin E levels. So when you're working with various seeds, nuts, grains, know that seed coat. Now that seed coat, depending on what kind of plant we're working with, has very, very valuable nutritional aspects as foods or other features by itself. So brands, as I said, as a protectant for the outside of the seed, can be a physical barrier, which is why it's often concentrated in fiber, but it's also protected by minerals. So minerals can be very concentrated in the bran component of seeds, as well as antioxidants to fight off maybe diseases or viruses that could attack seeds in nature. The pigments in many of these seeds are found in the bran fraction, and that may be where we see some of that pro-vitamin A activity in some of these plant materials. The seed groups and well, soy, oat, and rice hulls are particularly high in fiber, making up to about 15% of that grain. So it can be a significant component of the plant. And many zoos are familiar with the use of psyllium husk and seed coats of the plantago plant, where that seed husk and coat make up to 70% of the weight of that seed. And that's comprising both soluble and insoluble fiber that gets fed to improve GI function. With the byproducts of some of the nut shells, you probably have utilized them as insoluble fiber, can be fed as roughage, can be used as bedding or as compost in different aspects of programs. But so those seed coats have valuable byproducts separate and apart from just the nutritional principles. But when you're working in the feeding management aspects in a zoo program, you can use that seed coat to your advantage in terms of maximizing activity enrichment times for animals if they need to manipulate the food stuff to actually get at the part they might want to eat. But you have to know how much that seed coat is to calculate the proper energy amounts and the nutrients that the animal is actually consuming. By knowing that, then you can minimize wastage, but you can also utilize that seed coat as a supplement adjunct, which I'll get to in a little bit. So a study that was published a number of years ago looked at the percent hull and shell waste, or summarized percent waste in various seeds that are eaten by citizen birds. And you can see it varies considerably depending on the type of material that's being fed out. But in a broad generality, those cereal grains, about 25 to 30% is wasted as hull, not eaten, versus seeds, where it gets a little bit higher, so maybe up to 50%, versus nuts, where up to 70% of it may be wasted. So knowing the percent wastage gives you the information then for modifying your diets appropriately to know how much of the complete seed, nut, or grain to feed to get the energy that the animal ultimately will be consuming. You might have to feed twice as much sunflower seed, for example, because you know they're not consuming the seed if you're trying to just work off the calories provided by the kernel of that sunflower seed. And of course, that affects the nutrient composition. A study published in 2005 looked at the difference in the seed mix proximate nutrients compared to the dehulled seeds of that mix. And as you can see, the fiber gets rejected by dehulling, whereas the other components increase. And this was compared to pellets that were considered a nutritionally complete feed for the birds that were being compared in this particular study. So the feeding behavior of whatever animal is consuming it, be a bird or rodent, or primate, certainly can impact the nutrient intake. And that energy consumption can be up to 30–40% higher in the food portions consumed versus the food portions that are being offered to the animals. So that can really change the distribution of the calories. So looking just at the fat, carbohydrate to protein distribution in these particular examples, you can see that the fat content goes way up, carbohydrate down, just with that dehulling, as opposed to the proportions of calories coming from different components in the pellets. And again, those seeds have always been shown to be deficient in calcium as well as sodium. And in this particular study, the authors thought perhaps some of the pellets that we're feeding may be too low in fat to meet the needs of the animals. But really, we haven't looked in enough detail for some of these species at whether fat calories or carbohydrate calories are what these animals are particularly metabolically programmed for or optimizing on. So, I mean, the question comes, do parrots self-select balanced diets from mixed diets with seeds? And I mean, the bottom line is no, they don't, because they can't do it with just a seed-based diet. As I've shown, almost every single aspect of seeds, nuts, or grains has nutritional deficiencies. So while there is some selective consumption of balanced diets in nature, we're probably not feeding them the options that give them that. So in this particular study, which looked at combination of seeds and nuts versus an extruded diet, some vegetables and fruit in the diet on an as-fed basis versus dry, because obviously these two components are drier and the animals preferred the seeds and nuts, there was a much higher consumption of the seeds and nuts. And on a dry matter basis, that's where most of the nutrients are coming from. And deficiencies that were identified in that particular study were methionine, as well as several minerals and a number of vitamins, even with consumption of some extruded pellet in that particular diet. Now, this particular study was comparing against nutrient recommendations for growing birds. So while we all know examples of maintenance birds that have lived on nothing but sunflower seeds for 50 years and not died, it may be okay for maintenance for some of these nutrients, but it certainly does not appear adequate for growth or reproduction. This particular study was done to try to develop an extruded product that would duplicate some of the physical and nutritional characteristics that they were looking for the birds to consume. And they were actually able to see a a consumption selectivity for the extrusion based on the physical properties that mimicked some of those seeds and nut properties that the animals were consuming, and had a much more balanced diet here with the extruded and produce, so vegetable and fruit components of the diet, but no seeds. Now, that did have some reproductive impacts in this particular study, looking at 8 different species of citizens. The diet change from the mixed seed to no seed diet, based on looking at nutrient requirements estimated for growing birds. The birds over a 2 to 3 year period laid the same number of eggs, but the fledging percentage in all 8 species went up. Whoops, just lied. Except for this one species. In majority of species went up, and it was 100% in 4 of the 8 species with the extruded plus fruit and veg diet. And again, they saw similar behavioral consumption of that extrusion, so they felt they hit the right characteristics for selectivity in these birds in terms of preference. A more recent study looked at similar aspects in a little more detail. The basic diet in this particular study was a combination of mostly vegetables, 1 citrus fruit added, versus a pellet versus seed. So the basal diet was about 50% produce, 25% pellet, and 25% seed. Sounds nutritionally adequate. And again, they did see selectivity of the seed. So the percent consumption versus offered went up to almost 40% of that diet from the seeds offered in that mix. And that basal diet, when analyzed, then was low in calcium, sodium, iron, and quite high in fat or energy. And that selectivity exacerbated that difference. So they continued this particular study to modify those proportions of produce to pellet to seed, and drop the seed down to less than 20% versus a no seed diet versus a pellet only diet, to try to look at how those manipulations would alter the nutrient profiles of the diets consumed by the birds. And these are just some of the highlights here. In this particular example, the shaded area in each of these figures is the recommended range for that particular nutrient. So in this particular example of vitamin A, all 4 of these diets, and these diets are in the order that's presented here, met the vitamin A content because the pellet consumption basically was providing all the vitamin A, but also some of that produce was providing provitamin A activity. Calcium phosphorus ratio, looking at these diets, only when you got up to less than 20% seeds were the calcium phosphorus ratios appropriate for these particular birds. In this study, none of the diets resulted in a sodium content that was consumed that would be considered appropriate. So we either are overestimating sodium requirements of birds based on our poultry models, or these birds just don't have high sodium requirements, or they're getting it from somewhere else that we're not noticing at this point. And then the last one here is just iron. And again, once the seed got under 20% of the total diet, iron needs were met. Now, I apologize to anybody that's seen this before, but that kind of selectivity with the consumption of preferential consumption of seeds and higher fat diets can certainly lead to one of the health problems that we've seen, which is obesity. So this is a study that we did a number of years ago when I was at the Bronx Zoo with the St. Vincent parrot. These birds were fed the typical diet for cetaceans, but they were overweight. We had a pair, one weighed 700 grams, the other weighed 900, and the curator wanted them at 600 grams. So they were being fed a total calorie diet about 2.5 times more than needed. So we put them on a weight reduction diet and pulled the seeds and nuts out. Still left protein, produce in, and measured their body weight. Saw a nice gradual reduction with weekly weighings. About the 5th month, the keeper said, the birds are bored. Can we put a treat into the diet? So I said, okay, sure, let's put a treat into the diet. Well, by the 6th month, we saw this peak in weight. That was 1 peanut per day added to the diet for these birds. So it doesn't seem like 1 peanut per day for a 600 gram bird is that much, but that's 10% of their calorie needs. So we have to think about portion size for some of these animals that we're working with. Those small differences, those incremental differences can make a real difference to overall health and nutritional balance. So let's go to a different aspect. How does sprouting alter seed composition? Because this is another way that seeds get offered. It's not straightforward. Obviously, it increases the water content to make sprouted seeds from some of these examples here. In general, the protein content goes up because that embryonic plant starts growing, and that's where the protein's coming from. The fat is the fat stayed the same or goes down because that fat is used for growth. Calcium content went up slightly, but phosphorus was quite variable. Stayed the same or pretty much didn't change really. So there's no, I guess, standard changes that could be considered, and you've got to think about the different kinds of plants that you're talking about with sprouting, if this is an aspect that you want to look at in terms of feeding seeds to some of the animals. They're certainly palatable, but it definitely changes that nutritional profile. So when we typically aren't seeing problems with total protein content in diets for these seed, nut, and grain eaters. But we have seen some amino acid imbalances, and I think that ostrich talk yesterday was a very good example of an obvious amino acid imbalance on a seed and grain-based diet. And of course, the amino acid profiles is the basis for the complementary use of maize and soy in livestock diets, and can also be considered for mixed seed and grain diets, with maize limiting in lysine and soy limiting in methionine. So putting them together balances it out for a lot of livestock. Now, lysine is limiting in a lot of seeds, grains, and nuts, whereas those sulfur amino acids are a first limiting amino acid in most legumes and many nuts. Now, those superfoods that we talked about earlier, amaranth, buckwheat, and quinoa, are unique in that their limiting amino acids are different than the typical grains, nuts, and seeds. So that puts a different aspect into the diet. And the other thing that maybe some of you are, when you're looking at protein analysis, the most recent assessment for overall protein quality is a digestible, oh gosh, now I've got to look that up. In, shoot. Sorry, too early in the morning for me. The digestible indispensable amino acid score, which takes into account not only the amino acid profile, but also ileal digestion and potential toxicity factors in the protein of the grain, seed, or nut. And this is considered an advanced assessment over just biological value, protein efficiency ratio, or the protein digestion corrected amino acid scores that maybe some of you have worked with in the past. So, big chart here, but don't bog down on it. These are various seeds, nuts, and grains arranged by total protein content. So rice being the lowest in protein is at the top. And actually they threw in egg white and milk as some high quality proteins for comparison. But the bottom line here is that red or orange amino acids are limiting. So maize is showing up as very limiting in a lot of amino acids. The only two seeds, nuts, and grains that are showing up really well here are soybean and, again, that chia seeds coming out as a nice profile. So an overall view shows that there's some real differences in limiting amino acids among different grains and seeds. Again, we usually don't see specific amino acid imbalances on seed, nut, and grain-based diets, but if we do, these are the kinds of information that you need to be considering when you're looking at the overall profiles. Shifting to a whole nother category of nutrients, I want to look at the fatty acid profiles of some of these example seeds, nuts, and grains that we've been talking about. And you can see there's some real differences here, where the blue bar are saturated fats, the red bar monounsaturated fats, so safflower being a prime example of a high unsaturated fatty acid plant, oilseed. And then the polyunsaturated fatty acids are the green and purple bars, with green being omega-6 or linoleic acid, and the purple being alpha-linolenic acid, or the omega-3 fatty acids. So once again, the flax and chia are coming out as very high in omega-3 fatty acids compared to many of the common agricultural grains and seeds that we feed out. And this can have some health implications, as we know that that ratio of omega-6 and omega-3 has an impact on immune function in different species, and can impact heart health and various diseases in certain species. So fatty acid component can be an important thing to consider. So even yesterday when we were talking about putting oil on mealworms, for example, to increase calorie content, you might want to also think about the fatty acid profile, because some of these insects, the fats that they're fed in their diet can impact their composition, and you might want to be using a complementary fatty acid or oil to balance out or optimize their fatty acid profile when you're feeding it. And that The other thing to consider is looking at the polyunsaturated fatty acid ratio is that the dietary vitamin E to polyunsaturated fatty acids ratio is very critical. For every increase, 0.5 to 1 gram increase in polyunsaturated fatty acids, we need to increase vitamin E content to act as an antioxidant against the potential for oxidation in that diet. So this is something to take into account. Now, this is a study by one of my former graduate students who looked at fatty acid in crop contents from wild parrots. So he had 5 different wild parrots. And the reason I wanted to show this is because we were comparing hand feeding formulas for these parrots. So the outline shows the fatty acid profile, polyunsaturates versus monos versus saturated fats in a variety, about 19 different hand rearing formulas. These shadows, different colored shadows, are the fatty acid profiles from crop contents of 5 different species of parrots being fed by their parents in the wild. So these represent fatty acid profiles of wild collected diets. And what's interesting here is that the D is corn oil, K is soy. So corn and soy oil fit those profiles pretty nicely for what was going on with the parents feeding different fatty acids to these parrots in nature. These samples out here are palm oil and palm fruits. So that isn't what these birds were feeding, but that fit nicely. And a lot of these oils and seeds that are fed in captivity don't really fit the profile of what the parents were feeding these animals in nature. So this is another way to kind of look at what maybe these animals are optimizing in nature. I think one of the nicest examples is the purple shadow here is actually the thick-billed parrot, which is a pine nut specialist. And when you look at the fatty acid profile of pine nuts, it's right there. So this one fit really nicely with the nutritional ecology of what these animals specialize on in the wild. It's another way to look at or get at maybe what might be optimal profiles for certain nutrients in nature. Now, there's been quite a bit of work done with fatty acids, particularly in parrots, because we've seen atherosclerosis in many pet birds. And it's typically induced with the inclusion of dietary cholesterol. So the studies that have been done have been modifying fatty acid ratios, trying to see if they can decrease the incidence of it or turn it around. Number of granivorous bird orders are affected. I've not seen any reports on songbirds or passeriformes having this problem. So even if they're eating the same seeds and nuts, they're doing something metabolically different than these other groups of birds. But certainly it's not just fatty acids that's coming into play here. Definitely dietary cholesterol has a component. Dietary cholesterol comes from animal-based foodstuffs. So it's multifactorial. So that fat type and the amount plus cholesterol definitively is related to incidence of this disease. An increase in the omega-3 fatty acids reduces the severity of it or the prevalence of it, but plant oils are much less effective than fish oils. So there's definitely ingredient effects going on. And there's also been shown interactions with dietary protein levels, soluble fiber levels. various minerals and vitamins. It's not a simple fatty acid only disease. Certainly different breeds and the body condition and activity of the birds comes into play as well. Parrots have been shown in some of these studies to have definite ability to elongate both omega-3 and omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids to arachidonic, EPA, and DHA. So they definitely have the metabolic pathways for elongation, as do other species, or at least the monk parrot in this particular study. So again, we know we need to supplement certain nutrients in these various seed, nut, or grain-based diet. Particularly fat-soluble vitamins are lacking. Calcium, sodium, and potentially available phosphorus. Many of these seeds have a high phytin content, which could bind phosphorus, so that available phosphorus may not be as available as we think on paper. Do we need to be looking at an omega-3 fatty acid supplementation? It probably depends on the mixture of seeds that's being fed or consumed by the bird. And certainly, if you're working with growing birds, alpha-tritial chicks, you've got to be adding higher levels of some of the trace minerals as well as B vitamins that are provided by seed-based mixes, which is where combination diets come in, can provide these particular nutrient profiles. Now, one way we were successful in supplementing some of these particular nutrients was just to use a liquid vitamin E carrier, a liquid vitamin E oil. I think it had 500 IUs per mil, and added calcium carbonate powder to that oil, and used it in about 15 mils per 100 grams of seed, and just coated the seeds with that vitamin E / calcium carbonate blend immediately prior to feeding out. So the seeds were oily on the outside, but again, the animals still dehulled the seed, but it got oil on its beak, or if it were a parrot that picked something up and got it on its feet, it would consume that supplement while grooming or preening after feeding. So it was a way to add additional calcium and vitamin E that we knew the bird would consume ultimately. Some people consider adding vitamin A and D, but again, this depends on the type of diet that's being fed. And if you're feeding, and the environment, if you're feeding produce with high levels of carotenoids, vegetables and or fruits, there may be no need to be adding additional vitamin A. And if you've got an outdoor environment with proper sunlight, there's no need to be adding additional D, perhaps. The studies that have been done with vitamin D nutrition in citizens imply that there's some real differences between forest dwelling and sunlight dwelling parrots and their need for vitamin D from sunlight. Kind of like we were talking about with the fruit bats yesterday, or with the bats yesterday, whether they're sunlight perching or cave dwelling, they may have different mechanisms for dealing with calcium metabolism. And it appears there are not only environmental differences among species, but probably these birds can be adapted to, are metabolically adapted to fairly low calcium diets. In some species of parrots, very low levels of calcium, less than 0.5% total calcium in the diet, has led to excess mineralization, and that's without the addition of vitamin D. So I think there's a lot more work that needs to be done looking at vitamin D and calcium interactions among seed eaters, for example. But if we're feeding a mixed diet that has a moderate amount of seeds, we can still cater to the behavioral aspect of the seed eater, but get those nutrients in through other components and ingredients in the diet. In nature, I mean, we know these calcium sources are required. And in nature, these animals get that calcium. They're not just eating seeds. They're eating a lot of green plant materials. Even flowers have a calcium content that's equivalent to leaves in many species. Fungi can also be a source of calcium for these animals. And all of these would be decent sources of carotenoid pigments that could contribute to vitamin A nutrition. So again, other aspects of the diet may be balancing out the lack of those nutrients in seeds, grains, and nuts. There's certainly inorganic sources of calcium that these animals eat, like eggshells or soil, dirt, cliffs, clay. Feeding a cuttle bone or making sure that there's a bone in the exhibit for a grain-eating rodent can provide the calcium that these animals need, as well as an enrichment that goes along with their feeding behavior, natural feeding behaviors. Now, some other mineral considerations to think about. Iodine and selenium levels are totally dependent on the soils and growing conditions and can range widely. So sometimes knowing your region or source of origin can be important if those are the only sources of these particular nutrients in the diet for these animals. So foods grown at high altitudes with a lot of rainfall often have very low iodine levels, as opposed to iodine at the seashore, for example. And one accumulator plant, the Brazil nut, is known to take up a lot of selenium. A single nut can have up to 100 micrograms of selenium. So two Brazil nuts a day meets the selenium requirements of a human, and can lead to toxicity if fed to much smaller animals. So one Brazil nut could provide the by this equivalency, one Brazil nut could provide the selenium requirement for a 1 kilo parrot for 2 months. So this is something to take into account in seed mixes. But presentation can be really important for these animals. So a variety of sizes, shapes, color can provide choice and activity for these animals. And this is one reason why we do these mixes. That hardness factor comes into play as well, and may be important for beak or tooth health. So oral health is an important aspect. Large parrots that need to break shells will also chew everything else in their exhibit if they don't have enough hardness in their diet. So it can be an important component. Natural forms can be another way to provide seeds and nuts for these animals, not just providing cleaned, shelled nuts for them, But as I said, the supplementation for the various nutrients can come from the addition of fortified nuggets to a seed or nut mix, the other diet ingredients that can be important and provide critical components, and coating, as well as providing complete, as far as we know, the nutritional requirements for some of these species, complete manufactured feeds. I think one thing I didn't mention here is, where do these animals get sodium in nature? Something that we probably haven't thought about as much is, we know that bark in many trees and can be a very good source of sodium. So just plain wood chewing may be a reason why some of these animals are looking for a sodium source. It hasn't been looked at, to my knowledge, in any studies looking at that particular nutrient with seed eaters, particularly avian seed eaters, but it's something to consider, because that's been shown for some primates that wood is a very good source of calcium, or excuse me, of sodium in the diets. And with that, I am going to open it up for questions.
Thank you, Ellen. I was very happy with the talk, with this talk, because I think it provided us with a lot of data that we can use on our daily work in the zoo. So thank you very much for that. Are you still awake? What time is it now at your place?
It is 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, that's early.
That's all right.
Well, we are very happy you wanted to wake up so early and give this talk. Let's ask Marcus to share his screen to see which questions can be answered.
Can you unshare, Ellen?
Oh, sorry. Oops, unshare. How do I unshare? Wait.
I think I can overrule.
Stop share. I stop share. Yes. Sorry. Seedy questions. All right. I like that top one. Why do we typically not use culinary seed? I don't know. Maybe expense. It's possible that because they are kitchen seeds, they might be pricier. But when you look at the nutritional the nutritional profiles, many of them are much better than the blends that we're using. What would be an approximate GWP seeds and nuts? Oh my goodness, I don't have a clue. It probably, again, depends on where it's coming from, just like everything. Those, because they're part of human diets, there may be published literature on that, especially the agriculturally important ones that may have already been determined for many of these seeds and nuts. Do you have a rough idea of how many zoos are not using seed mixes but complete exudates only? I do not know of any zoo that is using complete exudates only. And I actually think Brightsmith's study was really nice to document that you can still add like 20% seeds and have a balanced diet. Most of the products that I see advertised recommend the addition of fresh vegetables and or fruits, some fruit in the diet alongside the commercial product to complement that nutritional profile. But I'm really not aware of anybody that's using exclusively. So if anybody's doing that, please jump in. Certainly we don't know the exact requirements for most of these species. So we're working with generalized profiles that seem to work based on, mostly poultry models. But clearly we've got such a variety, even within the cetaceans, the cetaceans. You've got huge feeding ecology differences, as well as ingredient differences, environmental differences. So I'm not sure that a single one size fits all. We saw that with the looking at the crop contents for it and comparing with some of the hand rearing diets for those 5 parrot species, particularly some of the larger ARA species where they might be eating a much higher fat diet. It may be that we need to be thinking about different formulations for different groups of cetaceans, even within the those hand rearing diets. How well are minerals from seed hulls coats digested? Do we know? Ooh, that is a good question. Unless we know the phytic acid content or the phytate, no, we don't have a clue, because there's also some of the natural antioxidants, tannins, for example, we know can bind minerals as well. So a red sorghum or milo versus a white one has a very different tannin content, and I'm sure the mineral digestibility differs. And, if the coat is totally thrown out, then obviously the bird's not getting it anyway. So certainly a high calcium phosphate in complete seeds with the hull could be misleading, absolutely. Yeah. And this is where that available phosphorus versus total phosphorus comes into play too, particularly with phytic acid. Getting whole seed versus extradates, dehulling. Is that an important behavioral part of ingestion? Are they missing this on exudates? Actually, it's another great question. Maybe and maybe not. I think, again, looking closely, carefully at the behavior of the bird could come into play. I know for some small mammals, when I've done some studies with small mammals, I've seen selective consumption of a commercial product. So they only ate the outside of the commercial product and left the inside. So I called up the manufacturer and said, what do you do? What are you spraying on? And they were spray coating a fat on the outside. And those animals were only eating that high fat coating and leaving that. And we analyzed both the complete feed and the leftovers to document that. So I would say that some animals could absolutely be selecting even within a commercial product. So that would be worth actually looking at. If grains are high, okay. So that one was sort of talked about up above. No, we don't know the bioavailable, but the phytate absolutely comes into play. How do you weigh parrots without stress? Does anyone have a system to do it? We had a study with, we've had more than one study with birds where we've trained them to go on their feeding perch scale, and we're able to train them rapidly as well as accurately to do this, the weighing. So I think that's your best bet to maintain that without stress. Do birds obtain vitamin D via UV light? Some birds do, some birds don't. There's certain, again, I think there's indications from the published literature that there's a difference between parrots that are living in thicker forests that may get much less UV light versus those that are out in the sunlight every day, and the importance of UV for vitamin D nutrition. So they may have different mechanisms of different importance of UVB light for their calcium metabolism. So some of these that are deep forest dwellers that were exposed to UV light showed no change in vitamin D metabolites after UVB exposure for several months versus the sunlight living ones. So I don't think we know enough right now to make a blanket statement on vitamin D, but this is kind of the same pattern that we're seeing with African versus Asian elephants and bats. That really depends, and even some reptiles, the nocturnal or low sunlight dwelling reptiles versus the diurnal ones. Some real differences in their response to UVB light conversion. And calcium supplements prevent uptake of other minerals like copper. I mean, I suppose anything's possible. I don't know of huge examples with calcium copper interactions per se, because I think they're working off different mechanisms. But certainly any kind of over imbalance can cause problems and interferences, antagonisms.
Okay.
So those were all the questions.
Okay.
Thank you again, Ellen. A lot of nice reactions in the chat as well, so please take a look at that.
Okay.
If you go back to bed, then sleep well, and otherwise enjoy your very long day.
Oh no, I've got to watch the small talk, the short
Great.
talks.
Yeah, great that you will stay with us. Thank you so much.
I will. All right, thank you.
So we are still a little bit ahead on our schedule, which means we will have a little longer break. And I would all like to invite you back at 11:45. So please enjoy breakfast, dinner, coffee, or tea. And I will see you back in almost 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
So welcome back, everyone. Before we start with our next session, which will be a short talk session, I would like to share with you another sponsor video, being the video of Kiesebrink Focus on Food. Kiesebrink is a Dutch manufacturer and supplier of a wide variety of feeds for birds of prey, reptiles, zoo animals, dogs, cats, and many other animals. With their slogan, Focus on Foods, Exotic Animal Feeds and Raw Food Diets, they focus on the development, production and supply of healthy and responsible animal nutrition. They supply their products to zoos and various distributors within and outside the EU. As a member of EASA, they are closely involved with zoos and aware of the latest developments in exotic animal nutrition and husbandry. In this video, they will show one of their products. So please, Lauren, can you turn it on?
Does supplementing fish for your fish-eating animals in the zoo take a lot of time? And are you ever unsure of the correct dosage? We have the solution, DK Fish Eater Liquid. This is a liquid vitamin supplement for fish-eating animals. It contains all the necessary vitamins and is injected directly into the fish you feed. This supplement is developed by DK Zoological, a brand of Kiesebrink. We are specialists in exotic animal nutrition, and our nutritionists work closely together with zoos and veterinarians. DK Fish Eater Liquid is available in a 1000 milliliter bottle and a smaller 100 milliliter bottle. Both come with an easy-to-use automatic self-filling syringe to which you can adjust the amount of liquid injected. After setting the correct dose, inject the supplement directly into the abdominal cavity of the fish through the cloaca. Fast and easy. After all, exact dosage of vitamins ensures the health and well-being of your animals. Do you want to supplement your fish efficiently and fast? For more information, go to www.kiesebrink.eu.
Fantastic, thank you. So then our next session will be a small talk session. It includes several small talks on zoo animal nutrition related case studies. All talks have been pre-recorded, so we will just show the videos, but all speakers are present here in this session to answer any questions at the end of the session. So please, if you have a question, type it in the chat box. Marcus will collect them and we will ask them or let them be answered by the speakers at the end of this session. The first talk will be of Tina Riesch. She is head veterinarian in Erfurt Zoo, which is in Germany, and her talk will be on copper deficiencies in 4 cheetah cubs.
Hi everyone. Today I briefly want to talk about a suspected copper deficiency in 2 litters of cheetahs at Erfurt Zoo. In 2017 we had a litter of 3 cheetah cubs which developed an ataxia at the age of 3 months. At this time the animals were quite malnourished and we ran a lot of blood work and fecal exams without finding any specific pathogen. After different therapy attempts, we had to euthanize all the animals at the age of 4 months. What you just saw is called cheetah myelopathy, and it's a known disease in the cheetah population. The EASA best practice guidelines for cheetahs state that the exact causes of this disease are not known. So we ruled out the possible causes for the myelopathy in our cheetahs. We concluded that our vaccination protocol, which included a modified live vaccine, may have caused a vaccine-associated disease. When we had another litter in 2018 from the same dam and sire, we used a new vaccination protocol with killed vaccines. At the age of 3 months, the animals showed diarrhea and a decreased food intake, and we could find a Giardia infection in the feces. This infection was treated very aggressively and the animals recovered well. At the age of 6 months, all of the animal developed a mild ataxia again. This time we took the animal which was worst, called Makeda, to the University Clinic of Leipzig. So the colleagues there performed a cerebrospinal puncture, a fast spine echo and an MRI. We couldn't find any cause for the disease again. But as you can see here, something else happened to the animal. It might be even more obvious in this picture. So this is Makeda. Her fur became quite pale, which is described in association with copper deficiency in domestic cats. The best practice guidelines associate copper deficiency with ataxia, partial collapse, loss of balance, paralysis of the hind limbs, and staggering gait. In 2014, Claudia Kaiser published a paper about the role of copper and vitamin A deficiencies leading to neurological signs in captive cheetahs and lions in the United Arab Emirates. So we did a diet analysis together with the LMU Munich. So as you can see here, we fed 40% whole carcasses together with basically meat and supplemented it with different commercial mineral and vitamin products. So basically it looks quite okay. But if we look at our mineral supplement, you could see that the supplement we used did not contain any copper, but an exceeded content of vitamin A. Unfortunately, we had to euthanize Makeda some weeks later due to progression of the clinical signs. So here are our lab results. After euthanasia, Makeda had a very low copper content in the liver, but also her siblings and mother Sima had very low copper contents compared to what is published in the literature in their hair and serum 5 weeks or 5 months after therapy started. So therapy consisted of copper injections every 2 to 4 weeks, as well as a change in nutritional management. So we changed the mineral supplement to one which was mixed, especially for our cheetahs, from the LMU Munich. 5 months after treatment started, 2 of the animals still showed a mild ataxia. One of the animals was actually walking quite good. Some final questions and remarks. Did the malabsorption that was caused by the Giardia infection increase the copper deficiency? Is this disease primarily a problem in young animals? Do we have a genetic predisposition? And commercial supplements might not cover basic nutritional needs. Copper injection might induce subcutaneous abscesses, as you can see here. In case you want to go a little bit deeper into the topic, I listed here some literature. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Tina, for this nice talk. Very nice to see some actual images of animals and zoo views, as we are obviously missing this during this conference. The next talk will be from Anne Coles. She's a postdoc researcher in animal nutrition at Ghent University in Belgium, and her talk will be on the mineral status in captive animals. Anne couldn't make it today, but Geert is present to answer any questions for her.
presentation on mineral status in captive animals. I will show you the first results of a non-invasive method we tested to follow up the status in captive animals. Mineral status in animals in captivity, why is it important? There are some reports, for instance, reporting zinc deficiency in captive elephants with all types of clinical problems related to that. Also, several reports mention iron overload disease, which is a big problem in black rhinos kept in captivity. So there are a lot of disease-related problems with mineral status of animals in captivity, and therefore it's important to follow up their mineral status. Also, when we take dietary measures, it's important to see if it changes something on the mineral status of the animals. To avoid tranquilizing these animals to take blood samples or to have to train them to take blood samples every time, we have been looking to some methods to follow up mineral metabolism via feces sampling. So how was it done? What was the idea behind it? So what the rhino is eating, that's the total iron content of the diet, and after excretion in the feces, typically you can measure the total iron fraction in the feces. Now in this method we dissolved the feces then in a buffer with different pHs to see which fraction of the iron in the feces, as an example here, is acid soluble, dissolves at a pH of 4 or at other pH levels, and which fraction is insoluble. So for the example of the black rhinos, what we did is we had some feces samples from animals kept in captivity coming from Dierenfeld Blijdorp in the Netherlands. And we also had some samples, which was a pooled sample of several animals collected at a rhino conservancy in Kenya. First of all, the feces were dried and then grinded finely. Samples were then weighed and then dissolved in a phosphate citrate buffers at different pH levels. So we used here pH 4, 5, 6, and 7. Why did we choose these pHs is to mimic, let's say, stomach pH and also the pH in the small intestines. The samples were then incubated for 15 minutes at 37 degrees while shaking, and afterwards they were centrifugated at 10,000 G. Supernatants then was collected and analyzed with a spectrophotometrical method to see how much, in this case, iron was in that supernatants. For the black rhinos, I got some examples here. The first two rhinos are black rhinos in captivity. We had samples of a 2-year-old, so quite young animal, and then an older animal. What we see if we look to the total excretion, which was measured with ICP, we see quite high levels of excretion in the young animal, which is much lower in the older animal, although they had the same diet. And then if we looked at, especially at the pH of 4, also iron, which is soluble in acid, we see that the excretion is much higher in the young animal than in the older animal. And if you compare that to the samples of the black rhinos on a natural diet in the wild, and they were in a conservancy, but they got a natural diet, we see that for the young animal this profile is resembled, but for the older animal it's clear that although they consume the same amount of iron, the excretion of iron is much lower in the older animal compared to the young or to the wild animals. Following, we also got some samples of Asian elephants kept in captivity, and these samples were collected in Whipsnade Zoo. Total absorption here, we could calculate. Here we took zinc as an example. total absorption of zinc was calculated based on the zinc intake after measuring zinc content of all the diet components of these animals. And then we had the zinc excretion, again measured with ICP-MS in the feces. And the plan is to execute the same method here as we did on the black rhino samples to estimate how much of the zinc was actually excreted, but how much of the zinc was soluble zinc and how much of the zinc was insoluble zinc in the excreted feces. So in a conclusion, not all zinc or not all minerals or iron in the case of the black rhino was excreted in the feces as insoluble. We see, for instance, significant parts of the iron excreted by the black rhinos is soluble at pH 4. So we could then question, considering the physiology and the mineral metabolism, was this iron which was initially absorbed by the animal but then excreted again towards the hindgut, or was it potentially absorbable but not absorbed because of other mechanisms? This is material for further research. I want to thank you for your attention, and if there are any questions, we will try to answer them.
Thank you, Anne. Very interesting results. Our next talk will be from Carolina Kasprzak. She is one of our newest members at the nutrition group, and she is the animal nutritionist in Wrocław Zoo in Poland. And her talk will be on maize green forage in the diet of West Indian manatees.
One moment, please.
Of course. So let's just wait another minute before Mirko can share his screen and play Carolina her video. There we go.
Hello everyone. My name is Carolina Kasprzak. I'd like to tell you about our experience of manatee feeding with maize green forage. We have started this experiment in 2018 when we had 2 males, 2 females and 2 calves. The basic daily diet was 150 kg of lettuce every single day. Also, they ate kale, mix of vegetables and some boscos, but it's nothing to ton of salad every week. During 2 years of observations, only the amount of lettuce was changed. The rest of the daily diet is more or less but the same. Of course, we try to change something and give them other tricks like grass, lucerne, but first of all, filters in pools are so strong and suck all small parts of grass very fast. Second of all, after eating this kind of food, one of our maize had a serious problem with his digestive tract. Stomachache, didn't want to eat, his poo was one long fiber, the shape of his body was like croissant, so we were afraid of every new food he got. We were looking for forage that manatee could be fed all year and is suitable in nutrients so that we could replace some of the salad. Summing up, lettuce is expensive, variable quality, difficult to store fat. Half year is made in Poland, but next 6 months is traveling thousands of kilometers to the zoo. And Marcin Przybyło, he's somewhere here with us today, suggests maize green forage. Nutrient composition similar to salads and water plants naturally eaten by manatee. Cheap, quite good to store all year, and it's produced 20 kilometers from the zoo. This is how maize green forage look like. This part is in the refrigerator, defrosting. And manatee love it. This is automatic feeder. We have 5 feeders and the animals do everything to get the corn first. Today I don't have time to say about cultivation, how we started, that it is important to plan everything, but I'm focusing on the end of results, how happy we and the animals are. We converted 2 kilo of lettuce, that is 1 kilo of maize. We were thinking about fiber and dry matter and easy counting. And in the first year, we took away 20 kilo of salad and gave them 10 kilo of maize every day. Second year, this is where we are now. From the basic diet, we took away 40 kilo of salad and changed it to 20 kilo of maize. At the moment, we are revising the plan and estimating it for the next year. We performed chemical analysis and we have comparison between maize green forage, lettuce and plants naturally eaten by manatee. Adding maize increased dry matter intake. Lettuce is very low in it. Lettuce is quite high in protein and maize has a lower content of this nutrient. Generally, maize green forage is similar to natural vegetation plants. This is a beautiful poo, well formed and solid. So what we can think? That quality of food is good and take the forage properly. When they used to eat a lot of lettuce, we couldn't find any feces. It was like a jelly in water. Annual cost of all fed for manatee was 114,000 euro. In the first year, when we took 20 kilo of salad and gave 10 kilo of maize green forage daily, cost of food was reduced by 12,000 euro. In the second year, it was reduced by additional 12,000 euro annually. In our perspective, it is significantly reduced the total cost of the diet. The fact is that we had to buy 2 freezer containers, but it is a one-off expense. In the summer, animals receive fresh green maize. It is about 3 months in Poland, and for the rest of the year it's defrosted like here. Summarizing, the addition of maize green forage to the diet increase fiber intake, diet variety, and time spent on whole diet eating. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. Very nice videos and very good poo pictures. We always love them. Then the next talk will be, well, from me, which is about diet evaluation we did in Rotterdam Zoo with our sea turtle species. And it gives you a brief overview of what we did and how the new diet looked like. Hi everyone, my name is Anouk and I'm working as nutritionist in Amato Primate Park and Rotterdam Zoo, both in the Netherlands. And in the next 6 minutes, I would like to tell you something very briefly about one of our diet changes in Rotterdam Zoo, in the diet change of our sea turtle diets. In Rotterdam Zoo, our sea turtles are housed in a large sea aquarium together with other aquatic species. Currently, we keep 2 different sea turtle species, being one male green sea turtle and a male hawksbill turtle. For many years, both turtle species are fed similar diets, even though natural feeding strategies and therefore their needs differ. So for this project, we had several goals. First of all, like I said, even though they have different feeding strategies, they are fed the same diets. Of course, we wanted to change this and to wanted to feed them more according to their needs and to their requirements. But second, they're also fed for many years with a homemade gelatin mix, which is, as you can imagine, in terms of financial and time budget, not very useful. So we would like to replace this homemade product by commercial food. And third, the body condition of both of our turtles is way too heavy, which might be caused by the rich gelatin mixture. So one of the goals was also to decrease their body condition scores. Free-ranging sea turtles consume a large variety of prey that differ per species, per habitat, and even sometimes per season. Unlike most other sea turtles, adult green sea turtles consume an herbivorous diet dominated by seagrasses and algae. Although they are primarily herbivorous, their diet may also include purposely ingested animal matter, such as jellyfish, sponges, but also fish, so now and then. And in contradiction, the very interesting hawksbill turtle is critically endangered sea turtle, is more omnivorous and is one of the very few animal species that feeds principally on sponges. And their digestive system, which is very interesting, is able to neutralize the sharp and structural elements, but also toxic chemicals that are found in many of the sponges that they consume. Like I said before, in the zoo, they are fed for many years almost the same diet, which contains of some leafy vegetables, which is mainly endive, but also a fish mix, which they get once or twice a week, including some squid, herring, mackerel. And then our famous homemade gelatin mix, it's fed also once or twice a week. It consists of a mixture of shrimps, smells, some organ meat, beef, and then the gelatin and 2 or 3 vitamin mixtures. The products are grinded, then the heated water with the gelatin is added, and at the end it is stored in a freezer, so it's frozen, and then it can be used by cutting it in small dices and feed to the animals. Probably needless to say that both of the turtle species love it and are very fond of it. At the same time, this is like an energy bomb and very rich in energy and protein. So what did we do? Well, because of the housing conditions, it was not possible to conduct a feed intake study, and we relied on the observations of the keepers in terms of their feed intake. Even though we plan to collect data on blood and also to weigh them, unfortunately, due to the COVID virus, everything changed in terms of staff schedules and planning, and it was not possible to get the animals out of the water on a very short notice. During the evaluation, we compared their current diet with some requirements out of the literature. And we did that for the green turtle with requirements of horses, manatees, and rodents. And for the hawksbill, we used a combination of pet and marine fish requirements. Well, probably no surprise, but our current or old at the moment green sea turtle diet was very low in fibers, way too low actually. At the other hand, nutrients like the protein, fat content, but also iron and some vitamin levels were way too high. Not twice too high, but also ranging some toxic levels, which was caused by the high concentrations of different vitamin mixtures that were present. Similar for the hawksbill turtle, even though the diet seemed to be a little bit better, some of the nutrients were too low, which was mainly calcium and phosphorus. And in terms of too high and toxic levels, again, it was vitamin A, D, and E. So some changes were needed. So the goal of the evaluation was first, of course, to keep in mind natural feeding strategies. We wanted to feed them separate diets according to their natural feeding behavior. Again, we wanted to replace our homemade mixtures by commercially available products. So after keeping in mind those two goals, but also the deficiencies and toxic ranges that came out of the evaluation, we established two new diets. First of all, for the green sea turtle, it's a diet that consists mainly of leafy vegetables. It's offered on a daily basis, not only endive, but also other species. And the gelatin mix was replaced with a commercially available diet named herbivore aquatic gel, which is, for example, also used to manatees and other herbivore fish. And with 50 grams a day, his needs were fulfilled. And also this was fed on a daily basis, at least that's the advice. It's not always possible, of course, with the large mixed exhibit in which the animals live, because they need to be trained to feed them separately on a daily basis. However, it was advised that the amount of feeding time should be increased, just in order to give them more possibility to forage like they do in the wild. For the hawksbill turtle, he still receives a mixture of fish, for example, squids and shrimps. Most of the time it's 2 or 3 times a week. And then we advise to start feeding him an omnivore aquatic gel that could replace the homemade gelatin mix. However, due to financial restrictions, we decided not to start with it yet. We have changed our homemade gelatin mix in terms of concentrations, but also in products, to make sure it would fit more with the recommendations. And of course, to make sure that the minimum requirements were met and no toxic levels were used anymore. And also for this species, it was advised to increase the amount of feeding times, which is done now at the moment. Well, I have no very cool hardcore data yet. I can only mention that food intake and acceptance of the new products is very well. And as you all know, when you work with animals, you get surprised all the time. The same happened with us. Therefore, I will show you this very brief video. We thought it would be better to feed the leafy vegetables the lower level in the tank, because first it was just fed high at the sea top, and of course these animals forage on the bottom of the sea. So therefore our student Tim developed this type of enrichment. So probably you're thinking, well, it's going very well, he's eating and it looks all fine. For the real sea turtle experts, probably have noticed this is not the green turtle, this is the hawksbill. And surprisingly, because he was never interested in the endive and the lettuce before, he's now, since we use this way of enrichment, he's very interested in the leafy vegetables, which we of course stimulate. So either he's very hungry or he's very happy with this way of feeding. So this was something we didn't expect. Was of course very nice to watch. And well, like I said, prior to the study, we were not able to collect any data on body weight and blood levels. Hopefully soon we can do that, still do that and compare it with older data. But of course, for now, it's most important that the keepers are monitoring body condition scores, which is done on a regular basis, and to hope animals will get in a better condition very soon. Well, thank you for your attention. If you have any questions about this project, please send me an email or type your question in the Q&A or in the chat box so we can discuss it in the Q&A session at the end of this session. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you to myself as well. Our next talk will be from Eric Loyaza. He's also a PhD student, or not also, but he is a PhD student also at Ghent University in Belgium. And his talk will be on feeding habits of native Andean or Andean killfish in Lake Titicaca.
My name is Eric Loaiza, and here I will show you the results of two research focused on feeding habits of two Orestes native killifish from Lake Titicaca. First of all, the Orestes genus is endemic from the Central Andes Mountains, where they were isolated 30,000 years ago in what is now the Lake Titicaca. This lake is shared between Peru and Bolivia, and it was not only the scenario of a diversification of the Orestes genus, but also was the origin of many cultures that developed in the Altiplano region that have this fish as their main source of protein. And actually, the importance of this fish in the diet of rural families remains until today. However, due to the lack of legislation, pollution, loss of habitat, and the introduction of exotic species such as trout and silverside have endangered the entire genus, having already an extinct species. The hypothesis related to the diversification of this fish in the lake focused on the different use of the food resource, which led to a process of sympatric speciation. Two of the most abundant species in the lake are the black karachi, the Orestes luteus, that one you can see above, and the Orestes luteus, that one you can see below, yellow karachi. The black karachi is the only species that can swim between between coastal and offshore habitats, and Orestes luteus is more related to the bottom covered of macrophytes. Both fish are also an important resource for local fisheries, and their population have been reduced in recent decades due to the problems that I already mentioned. Despite their importance, information about the ecology and biology of this fish is out of date, and not much detail is available, particularly on trophic ecology. This information is necessary to promote conservation programs, since it provides the knowledge about the type of food and nutrients they will require for their development for ex situ conservation or for captive breeding for restocking. So with this work, we provide detailed information on the composition of the diet, as well as the nutrient composition and fatty acid profile of this fish, and also explore the difference in their nutritional composition and the relationship with their diet. For this, we took samples in the Toquepecuro Bay, a small town in Bolivia, where we also evaluate the prey availability in coastal and offshore habitat. The result you can see in the bar plot shows that the composition was dominated by Yalela, an amphipod, and by Hydrovide, a mollusk, followed by leech for both habitats. Slightly changes in proportion were observed, but not composition between habitats. On the other hand, the fish diet was evaluated by macroscopic examination of more than 300 gut contents of this fish collected in two campaigns, in April during the late rainy season and in July during the dry season. And the relative abundance of the prey found was determined for each fish. For the analysis of nutrients and fatty acids, a group of this fish was selected and dehydrated in the sun for 5 days, and then homogenized and analyzed later at the Laboratory of Animal Nutrition of the University of Ghent in cooperation with the Center for European Marine Biological Resources. Our results shows that both species fit mainly on amphipod and mollusk, being important components in the Orestes diet. However, Orestes agassizi shows more omnivorous diet, feeding also in algae in a small proportion, unlike Orestes luteus, showing microcarnivorous tendencies. For a better overview of the differences, a PCA was conducted to explore whether there was a pattern that grouped the fish according to the sampling campaigns or habitats. This was not clearly seen, but however, it was evident that the difference between species was based in the intake of mollusk and algae. The composition of nutrients and minerals of both species was comparable, showing differences only in dry matter, ash content, and skeletal minerals such as calcium, phosphorus, and magnesium. As for the fatty acid, many of the saturated fatty acids were lower in Orestes luteus. In order to visualize how the fatty acid profile was related, the fatty acids were plotted on an NMDS space based on Bray-Curtis distance between samples, And the contribution of individual fatty acid to the similarities between species was tested using the simple analysis routine. In the biplot, you can see here the branched chain fatty acids such as pacenic acid and odd chain fatty acids such as beta-decanoic and eta-decanoic acid were particularly high in Orestes agassizi, which may reflect the importance of algae in its diet. It is noteworthy that although the diet of both species was composed mainly on amphipod and mollusks, the presence of algae in Orestes agassizi is remarkably important in the fatty acid profile of this fish. On the other hand, the important amount of mollusk in the diet of both fish required further research, since it's not well understood whether the intake of this invertebrate has any nutritional value or whether it is a mechanical advantage that favors the digestion of chitinous structures of the amphipods. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Eric. It's always hard to find topics on amphibian or fish nutrition, so we were very happy with this contribution. So thank you again. And our final talk will be from Andrea Brenes Soto. She is a professor in animal science department at the University of Costa Rica. And her talk will be on advances in amphibian nutrient metabolism.
Good afternoon. I am Andrea Brenes from the University of Costa Rica. I am going to present some of the advances in amphibian nutrient metabolism from the work we have done together with Dr. Gert Janssens from Ghent University, Dr. Ellen Dierenfeld from Nottingham University, and Drs. Woute Hendricks and Guido Bosch from the University of Wageningen. In the beginning, we were wondered whether frogs behave as the traditional model of carnivore, the cat, because this model involves different specific adaptations and limitations of in different nutrients. One of the studies involved to analyze how different intermediates of energy production could be affected by diet. One of the models that we used was the African cloud frog, Xenopula aevis, the traditional laboratory frog. In one of our studies, we evaluated the two different diets, glucogenic and lipogenic diets, and the effect of the level of different substrates related to metabolism. In this case, we analyzed the malonyl-CoA level because this is a very good indicator of fatty acid synthesis. And these results showed that when there is a surplus of substrate in the case of the diet, the glucogenic diet, the levels of malonyl-CoA are increased, showing that the acetyl-CoA doesn't enter into the Krebs cycles, but goes to be converted into malonyl-CoA and then into fatty acid synthesis. When we analyzed different amino acids, for example, in the case of leucine, in the same experiment, we see how the levels of the amino acid are increased in the glucogenic diet, and this is very associated also with the food intake, showing that leucine also could be utilized as energy source in frogs. And this is the pathway that we propose for this, the direct pathway through acetyl-CoA and then energy, and also the ketogenic pathway through the acetoacetate substrate. Also, we analyze other amino acids such as valine and isoleucine, and also in the same experiment. And we also proposed this metabolic pathway where the amino acids were converted into methylmalonyl and then into succinyl-CoA, entering in this case into the citric acid cycle and going to produce oxaloacetate, which is the main precursor of gluconeogenesis. Also demonstrating that frogs can use some amino acids as glucose precursors. This was in this model, but what happened in the rest of the species is the same tendency, where we analyze the same group of metabolites with a wider group of species of frogs from South America, and we also found the same tendency of the utilization of nutrients. So here we can see how the carnitine is associated with the fatty acid oxidation, showing that there is one of the force of the energy production comes from fatty acids or lipids. And then here in this cluster, we see how different metabolites or coming from the catabolism of some amino acids are also related, showing that there is a protein breakdown and catabolism to use these products as substrates of energy production through gluconeogenesis. So we confirmed the same tendency that we found with the laboratory frog. And then also we studied the whole body composition of the frog using xenopus as well. And we found very interesting associations between the fat, the kind of fatty acid that compose this fat, but also we found two clusters of amino acids, and we then in the next study we went into these studies. So we determined the amino acid composition of different tissues of the frog, and you can see here the levels of some of the non-essential amino acids in different tissues. One of the preliminary results that we found are the high levels of proline, glycine, and alanine in the skeleton, which is very related with the calcium and phosphorus composition in the last study, in the previous study, sorry. And this could indicate that, of course, in the skeleton, these are main components of the structure of collagen, and also that they are available amino acids for predators. When we analyzed the X compositions, we found also what this interesting association between the low levels of glycine and the very high levels of serine compared to the other amino acids in this tissue in the X. So we propose here preliminary that more glycine is converted to serine, and this is very important because this gives more methylation potential, which is crucial for embryonic development in the females. So these are very important findings in the dynamic of amino acids metabolism in the frog. You can see that until now, we can say that there are two main pathways, the proteinogenic, ketogenic, and the lipogenic pathway as main forces of the frog metabolism, and that some amino acid could be substrates for gluconeogenesis, resembling the metabolic nature of these of carnivores. The analysis of frog composition also highlighted very interesting metabolic routes in frogs, overall, or particularly in the case of proline, alanine, glycine, and serine. And this is very important because we can better understand these particular animals which have a very particular ecological, physiological, and metabolic characteristics. And this for sure assure more investigation in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrea, for sharing some more interesting data on amphibians. Thank you very much. Even though we are running out of time, we would like to share very briefly 1 or 2 questions with you about the manatee diet, because some people asked things about it at the chat. So Marcus shared his screen, and I would like to ask Carolina whether she can unmute her mic and please answer this question. or these questions.
Hello. Sea mix is a seafood with seaweeds. Something mix is a cheap. And body condition? I don't think so. I think that we don't weigh our manatee, so I think it's the same all the time. It's nothing changed. Thank you.
And what about the parts that are eaten of the maize? I saw some discussion about that. Can you say something about it, Carolina?
Yes, we give them only a seeds with until flower. So when the plant is after flower, we see the corn cob and it's not suitable for them. It's too much nutrient.
Yeah, I can imagine. Okay, thank you, Carolina, for your reaction. If there are more questions, I'm sure she will be happy to answer them by email. So for now, we will have a lunch break of 1 hour. So we all would like to see you back within 1 hour, and that is 1:30. So have a nice lunch, and we'll see you back later. Thank you.
Just
Marcus, do you like to change or switch to Skype?
yeah, I realize if I try it out now, everybody's gonna see it.
Yeah.
So,
So welcome back, everyone. We will start with the second part of this day. And before we continue, I would like to share a little house rule with you, housekeeping rule. Although we communicated that the bear workshop was closed, registrations were closed for this afternoon, I'm happy to share with you that everyone can still join. So if you are not registered, but you would like to, then please send an email to Lauren from the EASA office. She will be sharing her email address in the chat within any moment. So again, if you're not registered for the bear workshop of this afternoon, then please send an email to Lauren. Her email address is in the chat. And then she will send you the registration details for later today, as it will be in another Zoom channel. So therefore a separate registration. Okay, before I introduce our next speaker, we would like to share another video of one of our loyal sponsors to you, which is ZooProfis. And ZooProfis is a German company operated by zoo professionals and dedicated to the zoos, both in Europe and worldwide. They offer professional equipment such as their animal heating system, animal handling and transport equipment, teaming and building material like roofing and stainless steel netting. Handling with poor equipment wastes a lot of time and is often dangerous for the animals and the keepers too. Therefore, ZooProfis is able to solve these problems with their trusted equipment. I think there should be sound, Miracle. Can you please check it again?
I had sound on my side.
So far, I cannot hear anything yet. Marcus is, so we are happy. Then I would like to introduce our next speaker, which is Katherine Amato. And she will be talking on gut microbiome. Even though gut microbiome is one of the most popular topics often at human nutrition conferences, within our zoo nutrition world, I think the word has not been spread yet, even though some work has been done on the topic. Katherine Amato is a biological anthropologist and assistant professor at Northwestern University. Katherine is studying the influence of gut microbes on host ecology and evolution. In her research, she uses primates as models for studying host gut microbe interactions for providing comparative insight into the evolution of the human gut microbiota. And today in our talk, she will focus on the effects of diet on gut microbiome in primates. So please, Katie, go ahead.
Excellent. Thanks so much. It's fun to be here. Let me get my screen up. All right. Yes, so today I want to talk a little bit about diet and the gut microbiome and the work I've done with primates. And so I'm going to kind of try to provide an overview and go through several different examples of studies where we've looked at these interactions. So I'll try to kind of move briefly through these different examples, and feel free to go look at the studies themselves if you want more information about the details of that specific study. So, of course, everybody here knows that nutrition is essential to animal biology and health, right? This is the foundation of almost everything that we would want to study beyond nutrition. And we know that nutrition is affected by the microbiome because the microbiome provides services to animal hosts that they might not otherwise be able to use on their diets, right? So microbes can break down things like fiber that the animals, like mammals, don't have the enzymes to break down the fiber themselves, and they can produce short chain fatty acids, which are illustrated here on the bottom. And those short chain fatty acids can be used by the hosts as an energy source. And we also know that they're important signaling molecules for a variety of host processes, including metabolism. We also suspect that the microbiome is affected by diet, or assume, I shall say, but I'll talk about that in a moment. But you know, these microbes are using host dietary compounds for their own metabolic processes. And so if you change the compounds that are available to the microbes by changing the host diet, you're going to change the competitive interactions between the microbes and shift what types of microbes are there, right? And then that can feed back and affect host nutrition again. So some really foundational questions in terms of thinking about the microbiome in this context is, what is the relationship between host diet and the gut microbiome? And for me, a big question is, do these interactions contribute to host plasticity, right? So do some of these services that microbes are providing to their hosts in terms of breaking down compounds in the diet, whether it be fiber or even plant secondary metabolites or toxins that these microbes can neutralize, does that actually help these hosts consume diet items that they wouldn't be able to consume otherwise, in terms of either energy content or you know, some sort of plant defense, let's say. Now, the assumption in the microbiome literature is that diet is a major factor shaping the microbiome. And we've seen examples of this kind of research across time, space, and even across species. So in this first example across time, right, you can have, in this case, people changing their diet dramatically to a completely plant-based diet or a completely animal-based diet, and you see changes in the microbiome over a course of hours or days. You can also look at studies where people have sampled different populations. Again, in this case, it's humans. And they find that people that are living in very different geographic locations with different diets have very different microbiomes. So the points that are clustering together indicate that people from those populations have very similar diets, and the points that are farther apart indicate, similar microbiomes, and the points that are farther apart indicate that there are more distinct microbiomes. So we see clear clustering by population here that's often associated with diet. And then across species, again, we see these clustering patterns all the way on the right here. The different colors of points and lines here are indicating different dietary strategies in terms of green being herbivore, blue being omnivore, and red being a carnivore. And so again, we tend to see these kind of dietary patterns associated with the microbiome. But I would argue that in a lot of these cases, diet is being included as kind of an assumed factor that's driving a lot of these patterns. And it's not actually measured, particularly in these studies where we're looking at human populations across space. And in the studies where we're looking across a multitude of animal species, there are a few different confounds that are often overlooked as well. For example, people tend to mix samples from both wild and captive environments, and we have a sense that that will actually affect the microbiome. There also tends to be confound in terms of phylogeny with diet, so that a lot of the herbivores are closely related to each other, same with the carnivores. And there's also some physiological confounds in that a lot of the herbivores have similar gut anatomy. Or for an example from another study, anteaters were shown to have similar gut microbiomes, and there's less phylogenetic confound there, but anteaters all tend to have a stomach that is designed to grind down chitin as they eat those insects. And so there's this physiological component of these animals' physiology that is shared across phylogeny and could also be confounding this question of is it the diet itself that's actually driving these patterns. So I think primates are a great system for trying to address these weaknesses, especially when we're talking about starting to look in wild systems and then kind of trying to move and understand beyond those contexts. We have very good diet data for many primate species. Primates can be followed in the wild, individually recognized, and we can get really great data on what they're eating, as well as getting the fecal samples to examine the microbiome. And clearly there's a huge diversity of diets and ecological niches represented within the primate order. So I want to talk to you a little bit today about what some of the work that we've done in wild primates suggests about these interactions between diet and the microbiome. So I'll start by talking about this across time. And the example that I want to talk about here starts with howler monkeys in the wild. So howler monkeys are considered to be frugivorous primates, but really their diet is variable with season. So when there's fruit available, they'll eat the fruit. But when the fruit becomes less available during certain seasons, they'll switch their diet over to almost completely leaves. So this is a huge nutritional shift, right, from an easy to digest, kind of high energy, low protein food item to a hard to digest, high fiber, potentially high toxin diet. And so does the microbiome shift at all to help howler monkeys deal with this dietary change? So I sampled howler monkeys in southeastern Mexico over a year, 10 months specifically, looking at their dietary intake and also sampling the gut microbiome every 2 weeks to look at changes. And what I want to show you here is that microbiome composition does differ across seasons in these black howler monkeys. So again, this ordination plot shows you clustering patterns. So each of the colors of points here represents a season in which these howler monkeys were sampled, and I averaged the data across the seasons. So we have a wet fruit dominated season indicated in black, a dry leaf dominated season indicated in gray, and then a dry fruit dominated season indicated in white. And so you can see that the points are really clustering by season, suggesting that the gut microbiome changes across season and that the gut microbiome of these individuals is more similar to each other within that given season, right? So there's some sort of effective diet here. Now, when we went in and matched that to the actual diet data, there were strong correlations both overall in terms of the diet these howler monkeys were eating over time, as well as in terms of individual food items and or macronutrients and individual microbial taxa. And we need to learn a lot about the function of these microbes. So I'm not going to go too far into a biological interpretation, except to say that there are these clear associations, and that the things you see linked here in green were positively associated with each other, and the things that are linked in kind of the orange-red color were negatively associated with each other. On the right-hand side, you can see here as well, when we estimated energy intake based on the diet over time, it tended to decline across seasons. So this was independent of fruit or leaf intake, but it was really just a decline in overall metabolizable energy intake. And we can see shifts in two of the major family of microbes that we know are involved in carbohydrate degradation. So really clear shifts happening here in response to these dietary shifts in the howler monkeys on multiple axes. These plots are showing you some information about function of the microbiome. So on the left here, we have a clustering plot showing you data from untargeted metabolomics. So these are all the products that the microbes are producing and that we can find in the fecal samples. And again, you can see that it clusters very clearly by season with the different colors representing the different seasons. And then if we go and look at the short chain fatty acid production, which these are the compounds that the howler monkeys could be using as an energy source, we actually see a significant increase, particularly in that dry fruit dominated season, which also happens to be the season when the howler monkeys were consuming the least easily metabolizable energy, right? So energy that they could metabolize themselves. So as that decreased, there's actually an increase in short chain fatty acid production by these gut microbes, which suggests that the gut microbes could actually be helping the howler monkeys compensate for this reduced energy in their diet. And indeed, across seasons, we didn't see activity levels change in the howler monkeys. Their reproduction is not seasonal in this environment. And so this gives us some preliminary evidence that yes, there's a relationship between diet and the microbiome here, and then it may truly be affecting the howler monkeys' energetic balance and behavior ultimately. So this is kind of a summary of what I just said, right? Gut microbiome composition and function shift with season. They're correlated with changes in diet, and they appear to benefit host nutrition to the extent we can tell that in this data set. So what about in some other species? Well, we see shifts in diet and a range, shifts in the microbiome over time in a range of other species that we think are associated with diet. So these are shafak from Karindi in Madagascar, and you can see changes in the taxa of microbes that were being sampled across months. Here are data from geladas in the highlands of Ethiopia. And you can see again, the taxa that are represented within their microbiome are shifting with the dry and wet season. And we know that the diet also shifts with the dry and wet season. These geladas consume grass, but they're eating different parts of the grass during different seasons. Here are data from capuchins in Costa Rica. And what's interesting here is that you can see some shifts in taxonomy of the microbiome over across seasons, so high fruit versus low fruit, or high invertebrates versus low invertebrates. But here the changes are really subtle. But I want to point out this is actually an aseasonal environment to the extent that that exists, and that this is an extremely rainy rainforest. And so the high fruit and low fruit seasons don't actually have a huge amount of difference in fruit availability, and the same goes for the invertebrate diets. So we don't see this temporal shift in the microbiome as much as we've seen in the other data sets, but this is presumably because the diet is not shifting all that much. And if we go, these are not data that my lab generated, but I just wanted to show you a contrast here. If we look at the same species in a different place in Costa Rica, in Santa Rosa National Park, we actually see that the gut microbiome is changing across season with these different shapes. Here you can again see the clustering pattern, right? And this is an extremely seasonal environment, and here the capuchin diet is changing much more dramatically across seasons. And then the last example that I'll give you that's also not a data set I generated, but just to give you an idea of another completely different system. These are baboons from Amboseli in Kenya. And these are not looking at diet specifically, but again, looking at changes over time. And here we're looking at how different any pair of samples are based on the number of days between which they were sampled. So we have days between samples on the x-axis, and then essentially kind of dissimilarity on the y-axis. And there really is not a strong pattern in differences in that samples that are collected closer together to each other are not more similar than samples that are collected farther apart in time from each other. So again, we don't see this seasonal pattern in the microbiome of these baboons, but we have to remember that baboons are omnivores, and so their diet changes markedly in these environments from day to day, but not necessarily across seasons. And so again, we don't see this strong seasonal pattern, but this is very likely because the dietary strategy of baboons is distinct, and the way that their diet shifts across time is distinct. So for primates overall, across time, right, the gut microbiome generally does appear to shift in response to diet, but that magnitude is varying by species and study, which really is probably a result of the magnitude of the variation in the diet itself. And I want to point out that in a lot of these cases, we don't have specific measures of diet. So in that aseasonal capuchin example, and then in my howler monkey example, we had specific dietary data. But in all of the other examples, diet was implied or assumed based on seasonal changes. And so we really need to do a better job of actually measuring diet and actually linking the microbiome to these shifts. And likewise, there's essentially no data evaluating the effects on host nutrition or physiology, whether that is looking more closely at microbial function or looking at actual physiological markers in the host themselves. So these patterns suggest there may be an important relationship here, but there's clearly a substantial amount of work to be done. And I don't think we can just assume that these different primates are experiencing the same sorts of shifts in the microbiome and the same sorts of services across the board. It's likely very specific to the ecological niche and the species. So now I want to give you some examples for across space, right? So if the microbiome could be shifting in response to season, and perhaps in some cases helping these primates deal with dietary challenges, let's say across seasons, could that be happening across space where we have these primates either in different natural habitats that have different plant structure, or in response to things like habitat degradation? Could we actually see some of these primates getting a benefit from their microbiomes that allows them to survive in habitats that might be otherwise kind of less suitable for them? So I want to start again with the howler monkeys as an example. Howler monkeys are a great system for looking at this as well. Their diet is so flexible that they tend to persist in habitat fragments for much longer than other primate species that have a more specialist diet. So, primates that only rely on fruit, once the fruit trees disappear, those species tend to disappear from those habitats, whereas howler monkeys can occupy those habitats for longer since they can shift their diet over to leaves more easily. So is the microbiome helping them do this? So here I'm showing you data where we collected samples from howler monkeys in different forest types in and around the same site in southeastern Mexico. So we had samples from continuous rainforest, continuous semi-deciduous forest, fragmented rainforest, and then captivity. This was a sanctuary down the road from the national park. And here we're looking at the diversity of the microbiome. And you can see that it's decreasing as kind of quote unquote habitat quality is decreasing. And here, this is really a rough estimate of dietary diversity, okay? So the captive animals in this case were getting like some cereal and fruit, and the individuals in the continuous rainforest were eating a huge range of wild plant items. And so we see as their dietary diversity is decreasing across these habitats, we also see the microbial diversity decreasing. And we think of this as not necessarily a good thing for health. Like we think in macro ecological communities, diversity we think is a good thing. There's functional redundancy of these microbes. There's more resistance to pathogenic invaders, et cetera. So this is a signal that the microbiome is shifting with habitat, but not necessarily in a way that we think is helping these primates deal with the dietary shifts necessarily. It actually may be an additional negative feedback here. And the effect size here of the habitat, you can see in the lower right-hand corner. I'm just going to have that on all the slides to kind of give you an idea of where we stand in the effect of habitat on the microbiome. To give you another piece of data from the same study, here's some information about the relative abundance of some interesting microbial taxa. In black is Vibrio. This is a short chain fatty acid producer. So we actually see decreases in these potentially beneficial microbes, again, as we move towards lower dietary diversity in this specific situation. And then a kind of trend for an increase in desulfovibrio. These are microbes that as a byproduct of their metabolism, actually produce a toxic gas that's been associated with the inflammatory bowel disease and different forms of digestive illness in humans. So again, signals that although these shifts are occurring, they're not necessarily adaptive for the primates in these environments, but they do indeed appear to be associated with dietary diversity. So gut microbiome composition differs across habitats in these howler monkeys, and these differences are correlated with diet. But in this case, these differences don't appear to be beneficial to host nutrition to the extent that we can tell with this data set. But diet and host data about actual host health do need to be stronger, again, in these studies to continue to address these questions more specifically. What do we see in other species? I'd like to give you a few examples there. Here's another data set that an undergraduate in my lab generated in cooperation with some other primatologists in Madagascar, looking at Veracia across different habitats. In Mangebo, which is a primary rainforest, Batuvavi, which is a fragmented forest, and then Sanga, which is also a forest fragment, and actually includes some farming kind of mixed into the forest plots there. And again, you can see that there's a clear effect of habitat on Veracia microbiome. And Nicolette collected the dietary data, and we saw some correlations between the overall composition of the microbiome and, again, some individual microbes and individual plant species that were being consumed also had relationships. Again, these shifts in the microbiome don't necessarily appear to be beneficial. In this case, there also weren't, however, really clear signs of a negative impact. And in fact, it wasn't as clear as primary forest versus secondary forest, right? It really seemed to matter what the plants were in the forest, which makes sense, right? So there's not kind of this clear one-to-one relationship in that you get forest fragmentation and the microbiome shifts in a certain way. It really does appear to matter what happened in that particular fragment and what the diet actually is. Now, what if we compare two species that are really similar ecologically? How do they respond to diet? So to get at this question, I compared data from the black howler monkey, which is the howler monkey data I've been showing you thus far, and the mantled howler monkey. These are closely related species. They're sister species. They're sympatric in some parts of Mexico and can actually hybridize. Their ecology is extremely similar, but they do have distinct gut microbiomes. And so the question is, do these distinct microbiomes interact with similar habitat shifts the same way in the two species? And what can that tell us about how these species interact with their ecologies more generally and with their environments? So we sampled both of these species in rainforest and semi-deciduous forest. And then within each of those forest types, we also sampled the primary forest versus secondary forest to look at what the effects were within that. And so here are what the plots look like. The black howler monkey, as I mentioned to you before, has a strong impact of habitat type, primary versus secondary forest, on its gut microbiome. And you can see that in these top plots here, where we have the gray and black points that are representing the different habitats, clearly separated from each other on these plots. So we're seeing clear differences in the microbiome across these habitats. But if we look at the mantled howler monkeys, there are some differences in habitat, in the microbiome with habitat here. But you can see, even just eyeballing the ellipses here, right? They're much more similar to each other compared to the patterns that we're seeing in the black howler monkey. So it appears here that the black howler monkey is much more sensitive to habitat change in terms of its microbiome and how it shifts compared to the mantled howler monkey. And we, again, think of this as the black howler monkey as being sensitive and the mantled howler monkey as being more resilient, because the shifts that we're seeing in the black howler monkey are not necessarily shifts that we're associating with positive impacts on nutrition and health, right? We're seeing reductions in diversity, reductions in these short chain fatty acid producers, and increased potential pathogen relative abundances. What I do want to point out is really interesting about this is that the black howler monkey is an endemic species that's only found in southeastern Mexico, Guatemala, and Belize, whereas the mantled howler monkey has a widespread distribution that spreads all the way from Mexico down into Ecuador and Peru. And so it's really interesting, although we don't have data to address this directly here, it's very interesting to me that the species that has the more sensitive microbiome also has the more restricted geographic range. And this suggests that the microbiome could actually be interacting with the howler monkeys and shaping its response to different environments, in that the microbiome could be helping the mantled howler monkey have a more plastic response across different environments and survive more effectively in these environments compared to the black howler monkey. And this is something that we're trying to pursue further in the lab currently. So for primates overall, right, the gut microbiome generally shifts in response to habitat disturbance, but again, the magnitude varies by species and study site. And these differences are likely related to the magnitude of variation across habitats. But it also may be associated with the species themselves, right, and then some other aspect of their physiology and how they're interacting with the environment. I also want to point out that habitat differences are often attributed to diet, but there may be other factors that are different as well, right? Diet is not the only thing that changes with habitat fragmentation. And in many of these cases, we don't have specific measures of the environment. And again, there are essentially no data evaluating the effects on nutrition and physiology. And so we really need to start to be collecting these additional data beyond just the microbiome and the diet to try to understand how does this actually matter to the primates. I want to take a brief moment to talk about how captive environments fit in. That's also a difference in habitat compared to the forest habitats that I was talking about. I'll go back to the data I already showed you, right, and that this specific captive environment, which was a sanctuary that was kind of not regulated outside of this national park, we saw a negative effect of the captive environment on the microbiome. And there's been other studies that also suggest that a captive environment can affect the microbiome in ways that are potentially negative, in the sense that it's reducing diversity of the microbiome and altering it substantially. So a couple examples here are data from red-cheeked duke-langers that were sampled in a wild versus a captive environment. And again, you can see clear clustering of the microbiome, and that we're seeing very different microbial communities in the captive animals compared to the wild. And these, again, tended to be associated with reduced diversity and potentially negative outcomes with these animals. Again, we don't have the data from these animals directly, but we know that columbines are difficult to keep in captivity. They tend to have chronic GI issues or suffer from them more easily. And there's often no clear cause to these issues. And so, you know, it may be associated with these changes in the microbiome, which could be attributed to differences in diet. These data are not data that I was involved in generating, but just to give you another example, these are red-cheeked duke-langers and then howler monkeys that were sampled either in the wild, which is highlighted in blue, or in a captive environment, which is in brown here. And then there's some kind of semi-captive environments for the duke-langers in other colors, and they fall in between the captive and the wild microbiome compositions. And then there's actually some human data they included in this study. And so this study is suggesting that as the duke-langers and the howler monkeys move from into kind of more controlled environments, their microbiomes are becoming more similar to that of humans. I think it's maybe not quite so simple, but we clearly are seeing shifts in the microbiome. In this study, they tried to kind of loosely link it to diet, and there seemed to be a relationship, although again, diet wasn't being measured directly. They were pulling chloroplast DNA out of the microbial data. Now I want to point out, sorry, let me take a step back for 1 second. I do want to point out that the examples I already showed you, these are dietary specialists. These are leaf-eating primates whose diet is likely to change substantially as we move them into captivity, because it's just difficult to get a leafy diet to leaf eaters, particularly in certain regions of the world, right, where you can't necessarily just go outside and grab some leaves and supplement the diets with that. But the question is, if you have species that have less specialized diets, are you seeing the same sorts of impacts on the gut microbiome as you see in these more specialized species? And the answer looks like it might be no. This is a small study I did with an undergraduate where we looked at primates in a captive setting and compared them to some of the data we had from wild primates, although it's a very small sample size, both in terms of individuals and number of species. But what we saw is that overall, although it's very hard to see in these bar charts on the left, if we look at all individuals, there's a slight decrease in diversity of the microbiome associated with the captive environment. But if we break it out into the primate diet in terms of folivorous versus non-folivorous, really we're seeing that effect being driven by the folivorous primates. And the non-folivorous primates aren't showing that same sort of microbial effect of being in captivity. And so this really signals to me, again, that it depends on the species we're talking about and that species ecology and diet. And just to give you kind of a wider view of that, this is a study I collaborated with Valerie McKenzie on, where we actually had samples from a number of different families of animals. And you can see here, this is diversity, and it's just diversity for each of the different families. On the left, we have primates, and in almost all the primates we had in this study, there's a reduction of microbial diversity in captivity compared to wild environments. But the magnitude of that shift depends on the family of primate here. And so they're not split up by diet here necessarily, but you're still seeing a difference by family. And you're also seeing a difference depending, outside the primates. And primates actually look like, compared to many of the other families that are represented here, to be more affected by captivity in terms of their microbial diversity. So again, it's not kind of a one-size-fits-all story. This really is going to vary depending on the species we're talking about, both in terms of its ecology and its diet that it's actually being given in those contexts. And just as kind of a last example to hammer that point home, this is a paper that came out very recently that I collaborated with Victor Narat on. And he had samples from apes that were sampled in Cameroon that were compared to captive primates as well. And here you see actually the opposite relationship. So the zoo chimpanzees and the zoo gorillas actually have higher microbial diversity in this study compared to the wild individuals. And so we don't have the specific dietary data in this case, but again, it suggests that we really need to be thinking about the context and the actual institution that we're talking about, right? And what the diet actually is, and are there other things aside from diet that we're not thinking about, both in terms of how the environment's constructed, what is the interaction between species, between caretakers and the animals themselves, and what may be the effects on some of these microbial communities. So just kind of in general, I'll say that captive environments are associated with similar dynamics as degraded habitats in terms of the microbiome, with an asterisk in the sense that this really does vary by species, and it probably varies depending on what the actual practices are in that captive environment that we're talking about. Okay, the very last thing I want to talk about is looking at differences across species and whether microbiome, may be contributing to dietary plasticity across species. This is something that's kind of been put out there in terms of looking at these comparisons across many different animals, but like I said at the beginning, a lot of those studies incorporate both captive and wild animals, which probably introduces some noise, and there tend to be some phylogenetic and physiological confounds. Primates are actually a really great system for looking at this because there's a huge diversity of diet specializations that are spread throughout the order. And so in this case, we were interested in looking at leaf eating versus not leaf eating and the effect that leaf eating might be having on the microbiome of primates more generally. Leaf eating has evolved multiple times throughout the primate phylogeny. So within the New World, you have howler monkeys that are considered leaf eaters. In the Old World monkeys, you have colobines. In the apes, gorillas tend to be more leaf eating, depending on the species and the place. And then within the lemurs, you have shafak. And what's interesting is that in addition to being spread throughout the phylogeny and being kind of independent evolutionary events, there's also distinct physiological adaptations associated with leaf eating in each of these primates, right? So howler monkeys have an enlarged hindgut, an enlarged colon. Colobines have a sacculated foregut, like a rumen, like you would see in a cow, roughly. Gorillas are very large, right? So they can pass just a huge amount of volume through, and they don't necessarily have to digest it as well. And then lemurs have an enlarged cecum, right? So we're getting away from that phylogenetic confound as well as the physiological or an anatomical confound of leaf eating. So does this affect the microbiome? Well, it turns out that diet doesn't have a huge effect on the microbiome once we take out those confounds. So here on this tree, I've highlighted in gray all of our quote unquote leaf eaters. Geladas actually eat grass, they're on the top there, but I lump them in with the leaf eaters. The triangles on this graph represent the non-leaf eaters, and the circles represent the leaf eaters, and they're a little small. So I apologize if that's hard to see, but you don't really need to see the shapes because the clear patterns here are by color, and those colors are associated with these kind of groupings of primates, Old World, New World, apes, and lemurs. And statistically, when we look at this as well, we see that diet has a much smaller effect on the microbiome than phylogeny. And again, we're talking about dietary niche here. Well, what is driving this? Is the phylogenetic, is this confounded by geography, right? Because New World monkeys are only found in the New World, Old World monkeys are only found in the Old World. So this could still be a geographic pattern that's associated with diet somehow. So we zoomed in on our New World monkeys, and these are primates that were sampled in different countries and during periods where they're consuming different diets. So the same species in howler monkeys consuming lots of fruit versus lots of leaves in different seasons. And you can see here they're still clustering by genus here. So the howler monkeys in purple all cluster with each other regardless of where they were sampled. The howler monkey species in green up there's a little different, and I'm interested in figuring out why. The black and gold howler monkey is different. But then you have the spider monkeys in red and the woolly monkeys in yellow that are clearly distinct from the howler monkeys. And some of the howler monkeys and the woolly monkeys and spider monkeys were actually sympatric. So they were sampled in the same forest as each other. And we're still seeing the howler monkeys clustering better with howler monkeys that were sampled in different forests. So this is not a geographic confound. And in fact, I was interested in looking at this a little more, and we pulled down some data that were available from red-shanked dukelingers sampled in Vietnam, because in this data set, the columbines we had were sampled only in Africa. And so again, we wanted to see if continent mattered. And you can see there's a little cluster that includes yellow and red points here on this graph, so African and Asian primates, and those are our columbines that have that sacculated foregut. So it doesn't matter if we're sampling the columbines in Asia or Africa, they cluster together very closely. And so not only does this suggest that it's not geography driving this and diet associated with geography, but it suggests to me that it's really host physiology or anatomy. And so I would say that in this sense, dietary niche matters, but it matters to the extent that a species has a different anatomical adaptation or physiological adaptation to it. So it's not necessarily do you eat leaves or not, it's kind of how do you eat leaves. And just to show you data briefly, these are shotgun metagenomic data. So this gets more at the function of the microbes or the potential function beyond just the taxonomy. And we see.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but you have a couple of minutes left.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you see exactly the same pattern in the shotgun data. So overall, host phylogeny has the strongest effect on the gut microbiome. There's some convergence of the microbiome with host dietary niche, but really the main effect is phylogeny. And we think that this is the result of host physiological adaptations and how they're interacting with dietary niche. So it's difficult to disentangle dietary niche from host phylogeny and physiology. But I want to stress here that we have to not forget about traditional, assessments of natural history, ecology, and nutrition, right? It's not just the microbiome, which a lot of microbiome scientists kind of like to think about it that way. So I just want to go back to my foundational questions real quickly here and say that the relationship between host diet and the microbiome is really varying across contexts. And I think it depends strongly on scale, if you're looking within a species versus across species and what diet actually means. And I do think the gut microbiome is contributing to some aspects of host plasticity, but we really need to get better data to look at that more effectively. And we also need to continue to consider all of host biology, right? And really integrate understanding the microbiome with things like anatomy and behavior. And just to hammer it home one more time, we really do need more data here. And I do think captive environments are a great place for us to start because we do have some more control over a lot of these variables and have a better idea of actually what's going on with these animals physiologically and can get a better understanding of what the relationships might be. So with that, I'd like to thank some of the funding agencies associated with that work. So many collaborators, co-authors, field assistants, and permitting agencies around the world, as well as my lab group. This is becoming quite an outdated photo. Someday we will be able to take a photo in person again. But for now, this will do. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Fantastic, Katherine. Really, really nice. Yes, Mark is already applauding. I'm too. Really cool talk. Thank you so much. I was sorry to interrupt, but we had a lot of questions in the chat box. Marcus has collecting them. He will now be sharing his screen, and it is up to you to pick which question you would like to answer first.
Okay. All right. Patterns, differences in microbial species, functions, or phylogenetic genes or functional genes. Most of the data that I showed you today was looking at differences in microbial species. Most of that was taxonomic composition of the microbiome. The data I showed you at the very end across species started to have functional gene data in them. And we're working on generating more of those data for more of these data sets. But generating that functional data tends to be more expensive. And so we usually start with looking at the taxonomic shifts and then move on from there. Is microbial diversity something to aim for? Can we use it as a quality measure? We think so. That tends to be what we think the relationship is. That higher diversity is going to signal kind of better health and better microbial services to the host. But I'll also point out that's not necessarily always true in humans. The healthier microbial state for infants, for example, is low diversity as that microbial community is developing. So again, we think microbial diversity is something to aim for, but we really need to link it better to physiology data from the animals themselves. Yes, and the next point is kind of along the same lines as that. So yes, I would agree that we need to do better tests on the diversity. Daily change in main diet ingredients lead to an increase in microbial diversity. Like if the diet's being changed every day is different from day to day is how I'm understanding that. Would that increase microbial diversity? It might. I think it depends on what the dietary changes were and if those compounds that are being provided to the microbes are kind of different enough to support a different diversity of microbes. I think the other question is kind of where does the shift in microbial diversity happen and how can we intervene with that? There's been some work at the Duke Lemur Center suggesting that with some of the lemurs, if they integrate fresh leaves into the diet, that has a beneficial effect on the microbiome. But there's also questions about whether some of this diversity is lost early in life, how easy is it to gain it back? There's a study with captive mice that shows if you take fiber out of their diets, they immediately start to lose some of those microbial taxa that digest the fiber, and that's actually compounded across generations. So their offspring actually have fewer and fewer as you go out, 2-3 generations. And introducing fiber back into the diet doesn't actually bring those microbes back. And introducing the microbes alone also doesn't bring them back. They don't stay there, right? Because they don't have the fiber to break down. And so you actually have to introduce both the microbes and the fiber in this mouse system to be able to get the diversity back up again. And so again, I think we end up in this area where we have to, one, figure out what microbes are missing and what are the dietary compounds they need. And if we think there's an issue with health because of reduced diversity, perhaps introducing both those microbes and the diet back in. But my instinct would be that starting with a dietary change would be a good first step, at least based on what we know right now. Microbiome data used to judge, how can microbiome data be used to judge or monitor zoo conditions? Well, first of all, I think there's a great opportunity because fecal samples can be collected regularly. And so we could actually start to track animal health and changes in the microbiome in ways that is more difficult in the wild. And so if you have a health condition that arises, we could actually go back to banked fecal samples to try to understand if the microbiome shifted first and therefore could be a cause of that health issue, or if the health issue happened first and then the microbiome shifted, and the microbiome change might just be a symptom. But I do think that we can use these shifts if we have kind of a baseline in these animals and see changes. I think that could be a biomarker of trying to figure out something's going on. Absolutely nutritionally, we know the microbiome can shift in response to stress as well. And there's also associations with immune function, et cetera. And so I think it could be a biomarker in terms of animal health. And even thinking about across institutions could be an interesting way to think about it. If we see an outlier where animals are looking really different in one place compared to others, I think that could actually be an interesting biomarker to try to figure out kind of what's different there and what might be going on. I'll just keep going until somebody's, am I still good to answer questions?
Yes, you will have another 10 minutes, so please
Okay.
go ahead.
That's fine. I feel like I'm in an echo chamber a little bit, so I was like, feel free to stop me. So are fecal transplants beneficial for primates with chronic GI disease? They could potentially be good. We know the most about that from the human context. And in the human context, fecal transplants really work best with Clostridium difficile infections, right? They work really well, generally speaking. And they don't work as well for other conditions. And so we're still trying to figure that out in the human context, but based on what we know right now, it seems like that's because these Clostridium difficile infections are usually caused by antibiotic exposure that throws the gut microbiome kind of out of balance. And it's kind of a relatively simple change that happens in that there was no kind of host associated cause of it necessarily. It was just that antibiotics threw the microbiome out of balance. And so if we can put in a stable microbiome via a fecal transplant, it actually will take hold relatively quickly and establish itself and improve health very quickly. With some of the other chronic GI diseases, there's questions about whether there might be inflammatory processes or other host immune triggers that are contributing. And so even though you shift the microbiome, there still could be some host factors that aren't being addressed and that would make it less likely to kind of hold. So I think fecal transplants are going to be a really important tool moving forward. But again, I think we need to learn more about kind of what the extent to which the microbiome is causing it versus the extent to which there might be other host factors, either that caused it initially or that have been changed as a result of the microbiome and maybe need to be treated in the meantime. So let's say you have an inflammation spike because of some microbial shift, right? Controlling that inflammation at the same time that the fecal transplant's having potentially, I think, would be something to think about as opposed to just putting the microbiome in that inflammatory state still. So yes, I think it could be a treatment we think about moving forward, but again, I think there's a lot to learn there. It's exciting but frustrating. I think there's a lot of potential in this field, but a lot of times my answer also is we still need to know a lot more about a lot of these interactions. GI parasites and pathogen exposure and whether they affect the microbiome. They do appear to affect the microbiome, and the direction that it appears to go in really varies based on what parasite or pathogen we're talking about. So some of the wild primate data I've looked at, we've seen associations with things like Giardia with the microbiome in terms of shifting it. There hasn't actually been a strong impact on diversity to my memory of these data sets. But there is a shift in the composition. We also have a paper in review right now where we looked at Trypanoxyurus, and that was associated with shifts in the microbiome, but only when you looked at kind of the long-term data in terms of infection, right? So if individuals tend to be infected kind of every time you sampled them versus never, right? At any given single time point, it's a little bit more difficult to determine. And again, I think in wild individuals, that's difficult because I think more times than not, there is some sort of parasite exposure. And so even if we're sampling individuals at a time when they're, quote unquote, don't have that parasite, that doesn't mean they didn't have it a few weeks ago. And, to what extent is there kind of a lasting impact on the microbiome? I'm not sure that we know that. But yes, there certainly is a relationship. I do think it varies depending on the parasite, but there's a lot less data on the parasite microbiome interactions than there are just on kind of microbiome and diet and things like that. I also suspect, in terms of it varying depending on the parasite, I think it also matters. I suspect, actually, I don't know if we know this, but I suspect it matters how severe the symptoms of that parasite are, right? If the parasite has a measurable effect on host behavior, health, physiology, versus if the parasite's kind of just there and it doesn't look like it's having an obvious negative effect. I would expect one that's having kind of a stronger effect on hosts to have a stronger effect on the microbiome. And there's also questions about directionality, right? So are the parasites altering the microbiome? And the microbiome change is kind of a symptom of having the parasite, or is it the microbiome that is determining the extent to which an individual is susceptible to parasite infection, right? So do we see that lower diversity because parasites are knocking diversity out, or are individuals with lower microbiome diversity more likely to have parasites, if that's the relationship that we're observing? And I think, again, that's really hard to get at, particularly in wild settings. It's not clear to me that it's easy in captive settings either, though, because if you're putting like a deworming drug, using that to clear parasites, the drug itself could be affecting the microbiome. So we have to think really carefully about the best way to get at those questions. And then how does the freshness of feces affect the results? Feeding of silages. So freshness of feces does affect the results. So with these wild studies, we pick up the fecal samples as soon as we see the animals produce them. That's sometimes not possible, almost always not possible in a captive setting, right? Or even in a wild setting. The work that my colleague Vanessa Hale has done in the wild suggests that up to about 4 to 6 hours is an okay period of time to wait before picking samples up. Once you start to pass that kind of 6-hour mark, the composition of the microbial community in that fecal sample starts to look pretty different. And that's because clearly microbes have a very short generation time, right? So you're getting microbes replicating and dying off within a span of hours. And so if you're waiting up to 6 hours, you're starting to get microbes that are responding to this new environment that they're in that's no longer inside the host gut, right? Now they're exposed to air. Many of these are obligate anaerobes that die on contact with oxygen. Others are facultative, and so they're going to kind of shift their behavior once they're exposed to oxygen. So ideally, you want to get the fecal samples as quickly as you can, as soon as they're produced, but there is kind of a buffer of a few hours in there. The feeding of fermented foods, that's a good question. I mean, the diet itself is probably going to affect the microbiome, right? In that you're going to have different dietary compounds there. If you have more microbial biomass in the food itself, it probably also will affect what the microbiome looks like. In humans with probiotics, like you can pick them up in fecal samples and like detect them in fecal samples while a person is taking the probiotics, but as soon as they've stopped taking the probiotic, they disappear. So that is something that could be happening with some of those fermented foods. I think it depends on what the microbes are that are associated with them and whether they're likely to actually establish in that community. A lot of food associated microbes, depending on the animal, are going to get killed off in the stomach, which is a high acid environment as well. And so, again, I think it's a question of the animal and the food, and what microbes are there and what the anatomy of the animal is. But generally speaking, I would expect you to be able to find a signal of that fermented food in the microbiome.
Well, thank you again. Thank you for enriching us with all this data. Okay, we will continue with our final short talk session. And the first talk in this session is from Jia Xu, and she is director of the Department of Veterinary Medicine at Tsinghua University in China. And her talk will be a nice bridge actually to our previous speaker because it will be a comparison of gut microbiota between wolves and cheetahs.
Everyone, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers to give me the chance to have a talk on a comparison of gut microbiota between wolves and cheetah. I'm Jia Xu from Tsinghua Polytechnic, Zhejiang Province in China. This study is also collaborated with Professor Geert Janssens from Ghent University. Let's get started. As we all know, the animals are divided into three categories according to their dietary habits, which are herbivores, omnivores, and carnivorous. Studies have shown that both diet and phylogeny influence the diversity of the gut microbiota. There are distinct differences of the function of gut microbiota between herbivores and carnivores, especially for the amino acid metabolism. Herbivores are more specialized in amino acid synthesis, while carnivores are more specialized in animal amino acid degradation. However, few studies have focused on the composition of carnivorous gut microbiota. It would be interesting to look at if there is carnivorous signature of gut microbiota. In this study, we would like to compare the gut microbiota of cheetah and wolves. So we did the literature study and find out 5 articles for the cheetah study and 5 for the wolf study, including one of mine that has not been published yet. From the figure, we can see that the core gut microbiota on the feline level is mainly consists of Firmicutes, Fusobacteria, Bacteroidetes, Proteobacteria, and Actinobacteria, which is the same as the other mammals. The proportion is a bit different. This could be due to the differences in animals and/or the techniques. Many studies have demonstrated carnivores are enriched with Clostridium perfringens. In Anabaca's cheetah study, the relative abundance of Clostridium perfringens is 8.8%, which is the third most abundant genera. And in my study, the relative abundance of Clostridium perfringens in the fecal samples of wolves is 9.3%, which is the most abundant genus. Enriched Clostridium perfringens could be due to the meat consumption. From the figure on the right, you can see that when dogs switch from commercial dry diet to raw meat diet from day 1 to day 28, Clostridium perfringens increased, and wolves are significantly higher than dogs with the dry diet. Therefore, Clostridium perfringens is commensal bacteria of canine and feline intestine. They might play some beneficial role, such as butyrate production. Studies have found that Clostridium perfringens have butyrate kinase gene. The other signature is that both cheetah and wolves possess low abundance of bifidobacterium. Using real-time PCR, Becker et al. Could amplify bifidobacteria, but this is relatively low compared to Clostridioides, and using pyrosequencing, Zhang et al. And our study could hardly detect bifidobacterium. Interestingly, adding bitpop to carnivorous diet, bifidobacteria were increased. However, would this be beneficial to carnivores? It still need to be questioned. One study found out that although they can isolate bifidobacteria from dogs and cheetahs, these bifidobacteria can't produce folate, whereas all the isolates from primates can. So although this bacteria is from the same species, they still could have different functions. In conclusion, this study suggests there is a common carnivore signature of gut microbiota, and nowadays, fecal microbiome analysis is a non-invasive technique that's becoming more easy and not expensive to access. It would be interesting to evaluate whether deviations from the wild microbiome can point to suboptimal captive diets or deliver a better diet for wild animals. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this very interesting talk. Our next speaker will be Irina Klaver-Detscher. She's a student at Zurich University in Switzerland, and her talk will be on body condition scoring in giraffes.
Hello everybody, and welcome to my talk on body condition in giraffes. First, a quick outline. I will start with body condition scores in general and why we want to use them in giraffes, then talk about the development of the score, and in the second part we come to the application of the score, a comparison of body condition of captive and free-ranging animals. A body condition score is a visual tool designed to assess body condition in an animal. And the big advantage is that it allows assessing body condition in a very non-invasive fashion, as compared to other methods like kidney fat indices or measuring of subcutaneous fat by ultrasound. While body condition scores are very common for cattle or companion animals, they are also widely used in zoo animals. And by applying body condition scores to zoo animals, it has become apparent that in captivity many species face the problem of obesity. However, as opposed to this cartoon here, in giraffes we seem to be facing the opposite problem. Giraffes have a history of poor body condition in captivity, and there is this syndrome called PMS, poor acute mortality syndrome, where animals with seemingly adequate food intake die unexpectedly, often related to a stressor like cold temperatures or parturition, and all the cases have in common that serious fat atrophy of body fat can be found at necropsy, but usually no other findings that would explain the mortality. Now, serious atrophy of fat indicates a chronic energy deficit, and the question is, why do we have this energy deficit in some of the animals? And the root of the problem might lay in the very challenging nutrition of browsers in captivity, because since it is often not possible to provide browse in large enough amounts, they usually get suboptimal forage instead. And this may induce non-physiological conditions in the rumen and as a consequence lead to decreased food intake. With this history of poor body condition and the nutritional challenges in captivity in mind, we asked ourselves the following question. Are captive giraffes in poorer condition than their free-ranging conspecifics? And to address this question, we need a non-invasive method to determine body condition in both populations. So we need a body condition score, and we need photos of captive and wild individuals to determine their body condition and then compare them. So this is the score for giraffes that exists so far, and as you can see, the illustrations aren't very detailed and also the descriptions are rather rudimentary. So we decided to develop our own score. And to do so, we asked zoos in Europe and North America to send us photos of their giraffes. And to get the quality we needed, we provided them with detailed instructions on posture, angle, and light conditions. And we got photos of 223 individuals from 90 zoos and around 50,000 pictures of wild giraffes from the Tarangire National Park in Tanzania. And I went through almost all of them and ended up with 436 pictures that met my criteria. Based on body condition scores for other animals, we focused on specific body regions for the development of the score: the ribs, the shoulder area, and the back and hip area. First to the ribs. In the end, we didn't include them in our score because we only had these two pictures where the ribs were visible. However, there were clear differences in the appearance of the shoulder area, and we were able to distinguish 4 scores. While in score A, the lowest score, the shoulder blade is very prominent and the whole outline as well as the spina scapula can be seen, the shoulder blade becomes less prominent with higher scores and is not visible at all in the highest score D. And the last region we looked at was the backbone and hip area, and it was categorized into 7 different scores. This is just an overview, and I will present you the score in the next slides on the basis of pictures. So in the lowest score, score 1, you can see at first sight that the bone structures are very prominent. There is a deep dent on both sides along the backbone. The hip bones are very sharply defined and angular in their outline, and the hip area is very concave. I only go through every second score so you get an idea. This is score 3. You can see that the dent on both sides of the spine is less pronounced but still concave. The hip bones are less sharply defined and the hip area becomes flatter. And in score number 5, the backbone is still pointy, but the slopes on both sides are flat to maybe slightly convex already. The hip bones are more covered, but still clearly visible, and the hip area starts being convex. And then finally, in the highest score 7, everything is very round and nicely filled up. The hip bones are completely covered, and the whole hip area is very convex. So the 2 scores, the one based on the shoulder and the one based on the hip area, they do correlate to some extent, which you can see here in this graph on the left side. We have the hip score from 1 to 7 on the x-axis and percentage of population on the y-axis, and then A, B, C, and D in different grayscales, the score for the shoulder. And the higher the hip score, the more scores D we have, here in black, and in the lower scores we also have mainly the lowest shoulder score A in white. But there are several cases where correlation is not very good, like for example here on the right side, where we have an animal with a high hip score but still very prominent and bony shoulder blade. So this is the reason, and also because the shoulder area could only be divided in 4 classes, while the hip area gives us more detailed information. So for the further analysis and the comparison, we only use the hip score. Now to the results of the comparison. We have body condition score on the x-axis and percentage of population on the y-axis. And the zoo animals here in black have higher body condition scores than the free-ranging ones. Because body condition can of course also vary with age, we subdivided the populations into age groups. And our results show that the animals younger than 1 year old, here in white, they have very high body condition scores in general. This is true for the zoo animals as well as for the free-ranging ones, and has also been shown in other mammals, like for example in elephants. If we exclude the juveniles in this graph from before, we get the same picture, maybe even slightly more pronounced. We see that the zoo animals have higher body condition scores than the free-ranging ones. And when we compare the scores in different sexes, we find that in captivity there is no difference, with mean body condition scores of 4.5 and 4.57. In the wild population, on the other hand, females have substantially lower body condition scores than males. This can probably be explained by the higher reproductive effort of the females. To summarize the body condition score itself, we can say that the visibility of the ribs is not a usable criterion. We see that shoulder and hip score do correlate to a certain extent, but with the hip area allowing us much more differentiation, it is more useful. And what we've learned from the comparison of the two populations is that giraffes have, like so many other species do, higher body condition scores in captivity than in the wild. We've seen that juveniles have high body condition scores in general, which is true for the captive as well as for the free-ranging population, and might even be common in mammals. And we've seen that free-ranging females have lower body condition scores or are in poorer condition than males. And the last thing is, I think we all agree that there is no obese animals in the wild, and since we found animals with also score 7, the highest score in the wild population, I would maybe call that score in very good condition, but in my opinion there is no such thing as an obese giraffe. With this, I want to thank everybody who contributed to that study, Jörg Jebram for providing me with the contact to the zoos, and all the participating zoos for their great effort with the data collection, and of course the team of the clinic for their support. I want to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Irina, for giving us updates on the giraffes and showing us some very nice pictures. Our next talk will be from Perina Mendoza, who is a junior researcher in animal sciences at the Paulo State University. And the talk will be on growth curve and body mass prediction of red-footed tortoises in captivity.
My name is Anneliese Kepper. I'm a postdoc at the Department of Nutrition, and today I would like to talk to you about fecal consistency grading in brown bears. So let's first have a look on how we measure fecal consistency or typical fecal consistency scales. So here you see an example of dogs developed by Waltham. So you have several grades going from 1 to 5, sorry. And as your grade goes up, the feces become more moist and have less form. So it's pretty straightforward. I guess you all know it. So how do we do that? Also pretty intuitive. So you look at your feces, you describe everything, you handle them for the brave people and really feel the consistency. Then you look at the shape, describe it. And then when you did this for your whole data set and you start to see what the main consistencies are that are occurring, you can start categorizing them and develop a scale. Now, why do we do this? Well, it's an easily applied method to get some kind of clue about gastrointestinal health of your animal and the overall digestion. Now, for carnivores, typically loose feces are perceived as having low quality and being not so good. So here's an example of a loose feces. So how do they come about? Well, they say it's due to or an increased fermentation in the hindgut or a decreased water reabsorption. And this can be influenced by several factors, of which diet is an important one. Now, what about fecal consistency and brown bears? So if we first have a look at carnivores in general, there are a lot of scales for domestic carnivores, and they are often used, or the principles are often used for exotic carnivores in captivity, and this works pretty well. Now, what about brown bears? We know that they are omnivorous carnivores, so using the scales of domestic carnivores, for example, might be a bit tricky. So we said, well, we should make a scale for brown bears, because to our knowledge there is no such scale, fecal consistency scale, available. So we did that. So back in 2019, We did a diet study which was all about fiber digestion in the Orsa Predator Park in Sweden with brown bears, of course. And this was like an ideal opportunity to also make a fecal consistency scale, because we had such a variety of diets. So we had whole degutted rabbits, beef meat, a grassroot pellet mix, and fruits, apples and pears. So there were 9 bears fed with these diets in a semi-crossover, and there was one additional bear that was sampled opportunistically and which was fed the common zoo diet at that time. So both periods were 11 days each, with a 5-day adaptation and a 6-day collection phase. But I want to stress here that the study design is of minor importance here. You just have to know that during the study we collected all the feces and we made a scale based on all the feces found here. So how did a typical day look like? We called in the bears every morning and they came into the stable where they were fed ad libitum individually, except for these 3 yearlings, they were fed together. In the meantime, we would go into the enclosures and collect all the feces, also take photographs of them. And then in the afternoon, we would further characterize all these feces, describe all the dietary components that we could see, handle them and give some kind of a description of the feel of these feces, and then also describe the shape based on the photographs we took. So based on all these things, we made our own brown bear fecal consistency scale. So the first one, our uniform scale. I will come to this uniform in a minute. So we have score 1, which are the dry crumbly feces typically seen on the whole prey rabbit diet. The score 2 are a bit more moist and bullet-like but still firm. They were typically seen on a grass diet. Score 3 was more soft, and they were typically seen on the fruit diet. Then score 4 was cow pie-like, even more moist and typically seen on the zoo diet. And then 5 and 6 are getting more liquid even, and they were often seen on the all-meat diet. So I said uniform before. We also made a scale for dual feces, dual consistency feces. And let me explain. So in 2018 we did a study with dogs where we saw that they started to produce 2 types of consistencies when they were fed a whole prey diet. So firm feces alternated with soft feces. Now, Esparza et al. Documented this for tigers, and they saw it in 1 feces. So 2 consistencies occurring in 1 feces. And then you have single reports in literature where they describe liquid and firm feces produced on whole prey diet for these species. So we said, well, we will pay attention if we see this in the brown bears, and we saw dual consistencies, and we also made a scale for it. And the numbers here are the combinations of numbers of the uniform scale. So a score 1 together with a score 2, 3, and so on. So the scale is not exhaustive. It's just what we saw in this trial. Now, to further explore the data, or to further explore this dual fecal consistency, so there are no statistics yet, it's just pure descriptives. So we saw 11% of dual feces on the whole data set. And then we said, okay, it might be interesting to look per diet. And then also, I should explain, during the trial, the bears started eating grass from the enclosure, and we could not prevent this. So we had to account for this somehow. So we divided the feces based on what we saw of dietary components in the feces. So it can be pure feces. On the fruit diet, in these feces we could find fruit remnants only. Then a mixture of fruit remnants and grass only feces, and this for every diet. Now, I will not go into detail here, but the interesting thing to see is that dual feces, or the percent of it, always went up when there was somehow grass included in the diet or whole prey. So to discuss the general trends of the uniform feces, so whole prey and grass led to firmer feces. All the other diets gave a more medium score, and the meat really led to liquid feces. And this first thing is also something that we see in other species, that from the moment that insoluble fibers, for example, go up in the diet, this leads to firmer feces, which is maybe an indication that this is more according to their natural diet. This is something good. Like I said, for carnivores, loose feces are undesirable or perceived as undesirable, and firm feces are good. But we can ask ourselves, maybe this is not really the case in the brown bear. It might be more natural to see a variety of consistencies in the brown bear. The dual consistencies, well, we described it as a first for the brown bears. It's possibly related to structure-rich diets such as whole prey or grass inclusion in the diet. And I will not go into detail about the why. We don't know it yet. There are some theories. So the main thing to get from this is that for brown bears, the diet might have such a strong effect on fecal consistency that it's not really easy to make assessments of the health of the animal, and it might rather be a natural thing to see a variety of consistencies instead of one firm consistency in brown bears. So like this, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Well, as you might have noticed, these tortoises were very furry and very hairy because we unfortunately switched two of our movies. This was, of course, Annelies, her talk. She is a postdoc researcher in animal nutrition at Ghent University, and she spoke about diet effects on fecal consistency in brown bears. And then now we will try again to watch the talk of Pierina, being on body mass prediction of red-footed tortoises in captivity.
Good morning, everybody. Let me introduce myself. I'm Pierina Mendoza. I'm a master student from Sao Paulo State University. And in this opportunity, I will talk about growth curve and body mass prediction on red-footed tortoise Chelonodes carbonaria in captivity. This species is found throughout Caribbean and South America countries, and it has not been evaluated by the IUCN. However, it has been included in the Appendix 2 by the CITES. It is an opportunistic omnivorous species, and it is considered as an important seed disperser. Main threats of this species are agricultural activities, illegal use. Also, it is frequently kept in houses as a traditional pet. For herbivorous tortoise, dietary fiber content has been recognized as a critical component for their health in captivity, being recommended diets with high fiber, low protein, and high calcium content. Unfortunately, many pellet food typically include high proportion of starch-rich food and rapidly assimilate, being associated with accelerated growth rates, which turn in greater demands of calcium and vitamin D3. This can result in relative poor bone density, carapace deformity, or another metabolic disorders. However, all these aspects have not been studied very well in omnivorous tortoise, as the case of red-footed tortoise. So the objective of this study was to describe the growth curve of body mass at carapace length with two different diets, one with high level of fiber and another one with high level of starch in captivity conditions. 20 hatchlings of 0 to 18 months old were used. These animals were individually housed in cages under natural photoperiod. 2 isocaloric diets in terms of gross energy were evaluated with different levels of starch and fiber, how we can see on the table 1. Also, feeding was performed 4 days per week. So on the table 2, we can see the ingredients of each diet, where the cane fiber and starch of corn were the ingredients that make the difference of fiber and starch content of the diets. Amounts of offered and residual food were daily weighed to determine the daily intake of gross energy. To calculate the growth rates, biometry and weighing were done every 2 weeks. Hatchling biometry measurements were used in 2 non-linear growth models, Gompertz function for body mass and Bomber-Talan function for carapace length and carapace width. In addition, data was adjusted to linear and non-linear functions to use carapace length as a predictor of body mass. So here we have some results. Hatchlings fed with high level of fiber presented significant greater daily intake of gross energy per gram of metabolic mass. However, they showed significant lower body mass gain, lower growth rate of carapace width, and shorter final carapace width. Greater body mass gain with high dietary starch level was also observed in juveniles of soft-shelled turtles, where the average gain weight increased with the increase of dietary corn starch until reach a plateau between 24 to 13%. The obtained daily growth in terms of body mass were higher than other species, as the African spotted tortoise, common snapping turtle, and gopher tortoise. Also, if we talk about the growth rate of carapace length, this was very similar to another species, as longer-head sea turtles, Hawaii green sea turtle, and Chinese box turtle. One singular pattern that we observed on the carapace pyramiding of these animals were the triangle that is formed between the second and the third scute of the carapace. This triangle area was smaller and more squished in animals fed with high fiber diet if we compare with the animals fed with high starch diet. But both groups of animals develop pyramiding on the carapace. Here we can see the growth curve of body mass fit on linear regression and Gompertz function. Despite the final body mass was not statistically different between diets, here we can see how the pattern of growth was different, where the animals from high fiber diet grew slower and reached the maximum growth rate earlier, about 225 days. However, this group fed with a high level of fiber could reach a lower final body mass, about 383.4 grams. But animals fed with high starch diet can reach 552.9 grams of final body mass. When we feed the carapace length and width data on Bomber-Talan models, we could observe the same pattern. Animals from high fiber diet grow slower and reach a lower final value of carapace length and carapace width. Also, the inflection point of both variables occurs very close to each other, and this inflection point is the age where the maximum growth rate occurs. So this was no different in terms of carapace length, carapace width in between diets. In addition, we developed some equations to predict the body mass using the carapace length. We have a nonlinear and linear function that you can see here. Both equations show a great determination coefficient. So we can see that carapace length is very useful to predict the body mass, and also the values of some parameters were very close to another species as Testudo graeca and Pelomedusa surrufa. So to conclude, animals fed with high level of fiber showed greater daily intake of gross energy. Final carapace with daily body mass gain and carapace with growth rate were significantly greater in hatchling fed with high starch level. Body mass, carapace length, and carapace width data were very well fit on Gompers and Bertalanffy models, and lowest final values were obtained from high fiber diet. Carapace length was very useful to develop equations of body mass prediction. So thanks to FAPESP for the financial support and all undergraduate students for their help in management of these hatchlings, to feeding, take care of them, all of this stuff. Thanks a lot. I'm more than happy to have you if you have some questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Perina. That was a very nice talk. Also, thank you for already answering some questions in the chat. So we will have like 4 or 5 minutes left to do some quick questions. So I will ask Marcus to help out.
So there we go. First, just a comment on the bear feces that was already given. And then there are several questions on the tortoise growth, including the last one I didn't put down, is how this compares to free-ranging animals.
Shall we start with the tortoises?
Yeah.
Okay. So Perina, if you can answer those questions, please.
Yes, I am. Were there any other difference? So I was thinking about it pyramiding too. I thought that maybe it can be the calcium. Maybe my diets were deficient in calcium, but I don't know yet because both diets have the same content of calcium. And we made an estimation of body composition too by DXA. In the composition of the body, we saw that animals from fiber diet have a low bone density. So maybe some relation with calcium and fiber. We are not sure yet. So I can't give you a exactly reason why that happened, but it's maybe some relationship with fiber and calcium. How was the metabolism of energy intake? We couldn't collect urine because it was very difficult for us, but digestible energy, it wasn't significantly different. And the fecal score was a little better for animals that eat a high fiber diet. Do you think a faster growth and high finables? Yes, I think it's a problem because that I said before, that animals that grow very fast and was heavier and bigger have problems with bone density. They really have a lower mineral content, bone density. So maybe in the future, it can be a problem. In 18 months that I work, I didn't see a very big problem, but maybe if I could work more time, maybe I could see that problem.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your talk again, and thank you for joining us and answering these questions. Marcus, would you like to make a final note on the giraffes?
Okay, I will do that. I'm doing this for Irina, who can't be here today because she's working in private practice. So first question is, Sims asked for a 9-point body condition score, but we say 7. We really tried to get the score up to 9 or 10, but with a good conscience, based on the photographs we have, we could not make more than 7 groups. So we think this is, at least for what we had, the honest approach. Yes, we did see skin folds in both skinny and high score animals, and we think that the skin folds cannot be used as any kind of judgment evaluation. Giraffes just have them. That's what we think. We had hoped to get photos from giraffes shortly before they died from the paracord mortality syndrome, or rather serous fat atrophy syndrome, but we only had one single animal, so we cannot make any statement there. We didn't get enough of those cases, so to speak. I don't know whether serous fat atrophy occurs in the wild. I would guess that if it occurs, something eats the giraffes before they can get necropsied. So we cannot say what BCS we want to aim for to prevent PMS, but common sense would be that you would rather have them in a body condition score of 4 or 5 to prevent that. We don't know about other fat pad locations. We thought about this real hard. So if we would have known that, we would have included that. What we came up with was what is in our best conscience what we can do. So somebody else would have to take over and refine that body condition score. My first suggestion would be just to use it for a while to see whether it works in relation to diet. That it was also the last question. We have not started the evaluations of that yet, but we are beginning to do that now. Yes, Irina says she thinks obesity does not exist in giraffe because she also had the highest scores in the free-ranging animals. I personally would think everything can become obese at some stage, but it does not seem from the reports I've seen to be a big problem in captivity in the species. How to make a body condition score less subjective across the whole team? The good thing is that you can make photos and you can talk about the photos. You can put photos of individual species in sequence and talk about that. With giraffe, for me, from all the species I've worked with in terms of body condition score so far, photos are a real pain in the ass because of this fur pattern that they have. You have to have really, really specially good light conditions. Like Irina said, she went through something like 50,000 photos from the wild, and only about 500 met the photographic quality conditions we considered that allow as scoring. Otherwise, it's always kind of dim and you're never sure, is it the fur pattern you're seeing or is this really a body contour? Photos work much easier, for example, in elephants. So evidently one interesting additional question would be, how would this work if somebody would travel from zoo to zoo and score the same animals and do the same on photos? But as you can imagine, at the moment, that was not possible. So this is what I would finish here. Thank you, Anouk.
Yes, thank you, Marcus, for that extra addition. So this will be the end of this short talk session. We will have another break. Before going into the break, I would like to thank all speakers that contributed to this session, but also all the other short talk sessions.